onto my correct login. I actually have 2 Coursera accounts. I'm not actually sure how I did that. I mean, I know how I set 2 up, but I actually did a class on the other one too. I think I did one of my classes using the wrong Coursera account. Okay, so this is where we're at. We're going to use a storage account to host a static website. Let's resume the video.
Now that we've tested the application on your local machine, it's time to publish it to the cloud. There are 2 aspects of your application that require attention before publishing. First, you need to deploy the local functions into Azure, and then you need to make the static HTML and JavaScript files available on the web. Azure Storage includes a feature where you can place files in a specific storage container, which makes them available for HTTP requests. This feature, known as static website support, makes hosting publicly available web pages a simple process.
How to set a touch application in your local machine, you still need to deploy to Azure and make HTML JavaScript files available on the web. Yep. That's kind of a weird quiz.
When you copy files to a storage container named $web, those files are available to web browsers via a secure server using a specific URI scheme, which includes the account name, zone name, and the file name.
All right. What do we got left? The exercise. And let's do it. Use a storage account to host a static website. Update the client application in Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code. VisualStudio.net is what I'm thinking of. Which isn't the same. I mean, I guess the same thing. Visual Studio. This is not dot. It's just code, though. Okay, so we're gonna go here. Close this up for the moment. Push this over to my left side of my window here. All right, so Visual Studio Code open.start. Why do I say .code? Open.start. Okay, so we're gonna go. I think we're using the same account. So we have to go to start client source index.js. I could probably close this guy up. And then we go here and we say, all right, the code gets the initial stock list from HTTP requests and then listens for updates from the SignalR connection. When a stock is updated, the client updates the stock price in the UI. Open index.html. Am I supposed to, did it say copy and paste this in? Oh, yep. Now we got to go to index.html. So they're basically giving you the code. This is how it's going to do it. So this is actually a good example, something to store and use for future reference. But ultimately, all it is doing is creating the path that's going to do it. So it's going to do the get stocks. You have your new view, constant connect. It's kind of interesting. Does that mean, why does it say new view? Constant connect, signal IR, log. So it's just going to do the whole. You can see all the stuff that's going on, and they don't get too much detailed into this because I think the premise of this is to show you what you can do with Azure. It's not showing you the code to do this, but if you want to actually know, you could study this stuff and see where you get going with this. We'll see how it works. Questions to be found, I guess. So we're going to go to HTML. We're going to do the same thing here. And then we're going to go here, and I'm going to say file, save. Interesting. That wasn't, I couldn't do the save all. Just kind of weird. All right. This markup includes transition element, which allows view.js, which is, like I say, interesting because this uses Vue instead of using React or any one of the other dozens of ways to do this stuff. To run a subtle animation as stock data changes. When a stock is updated, the tile fades and quickly back into view. This way, if the page is full of stock data, users can easily see which stocks have changed. That's kind of cool. Add the following script block just above the reference to bundle.js. So it must be in here. Where is bundle.js? Okay, here you go. Script source equals just above. Add the following script block just above the reference to bundle.js. Okay. Update the client.env. So we're going to go to client. There should be a .env file right there. This is .env sample. I didn't even know there was a. There isn't a client.env on its own. So we'll have to change it. But there is an env file here, but it's not the server one. There's no .env file for server. There is one here. Really, all it is this .env sample, because there's not actually one. Add a variable name. We're going to copy this. Add a variable named backend URL and add it to the value you copied from Unit 5. From Unit 5? Holy moly, what are we on? What unit are we on? Unit 5, that feels like a long time ago. Oh, there's Unit 7. Let's go see what Unit 5 says. So is that this one? Navigate step resources, subdirectory to create the resources. Update server configuration environment variables. Start server local JSONs. Add variable to values object name signal or connection string. I already have that. I have to because things won't work if I didn't. But that's under server. That was package.json. No, local.settings. Start server. Oh, start server. Oh. Start server. Oh, I see. Never mind. Okay. Start server and then local.json, which is what you're doing here. This, I think that what they're referring to is this env. I'm looking at the wrong env file. It still doesn't look any different from anything, so I don't remember what else it thinks I added here. To be honest, I don't remember doing some of this stuff. Oh, okay, I did do this. Okay, so maybe I did. Because there's a lot of copy and paste, that's why you don't remember stuff. Incoming data, connect, configure GitHub, deployment workflow, I did all this. I'm trying to see where it thinks I edited this. Because like if you go out to here, there's not a spot where you're looking at the .env. .env. Oh, not here. Here. Copy the URL you need that when you update the client.env file for the backend file value, you work in Unit 7. In Azure portal, select Overview and select URL to open the app in a browser. Copy the URL. You'll need that when you update the client.env file for the backend URL value when you work in Unit 7. Oh, really? I did copy some stuff. Let's go see where I got this stuff I copied. I don't know where I put it. I thought I had a saved for later copy thing here. Web job, write a program in test function URL. General notes. Huh. All right, well, let's go back here. This is where I was copying things. Just have to go create another copy. All right, so it says, in the Azure portal, select Overview and select URL to open the app in a browser. Copy URL you'll need. All right, so let's go to that. I'm going to go here. And we're going to go back to my Azure. Login. And let's go to my function app. We're going to go back home. I think this is function app, right? In Azure, we select Overview, let's select URL. In the Azure portal, select Settings, Configuration, select New Application Setting. This is the URL it wants me to copy and keep, apparently. Backend URL. All right, so now we're gonna go back all the way. Let's put this back. Go back to 7. So we're gonna go to my client.env. So open this back up. So we're in client.env, and this is backend URL. All right, open the Azure portal to create a new Azure static resource. So we're going to go here, open Azure portal to create a new Azure Static Webs resource. Use the following information to complete the resource creation basics tabs. So we're going to create a resource. And there should be one on here for what? Static web? Websites? I guess it's websites, right? I mean, probably websites. Just trying to make sure there's not one called static web. Oh, there's a static web. There is a static web. Okay. So yeah, there is different. And this is a basics. All right. So basic subscription. Mine is free trial, and the resource group is going to be stock prototype, which I did create back here. Static web app details. Do they ask? App name. Postpend your name to client. All right, we'll call it client. And we'll just say, I don't want it to be dash. We'll call it AMG. Active Mind Gamer, of course. Come on, you know that. All right, let's see here. Deployment detail source. GitHub, yep. Got it. Organization. Select your GitHub account. Repository. It's going to be this MS Learn thing. Branch. Select main branch. Already did. Build details. Build presets, vue.js. I think it's interesting it uses vue.js. It does do React, which is unfortunate because I'd rather be doing React. Because I don't want to, it's too many things. I can't learn Angular, Vue, and React, and all this other stuff. It's like, I should probably do a Vue class too, just so that I can get familiar with what it is. I'm going to do an Angular, I got to do a Vue. And then I'm going to do a focus, which is probably going to be React. I just feel like I'd rather do, well, Blazor is also one. And I'd actually like to learn Blazor simply because it's C#. It feels like it'd be a comfort zone for me to get into Blazor. I hear Blazor is actually really good. In fact, some of the stuff I've been reading, people think Blazor's the best one. It's just that people have an anti-Microsoft, let's not do Blazor, you know, kind of thing. I mean, there's hate for it simply because it's Microsoft, it's C#, it's not modern, cool, new kind of thing. I mean, it is modern and new. It's just not cool. It's like Android. It's the Android to the Apple, right? You know, it can do everything Apple does. It does more than Apple does. It's cheaper than Apple. It's probably more accessible than Apple. But for some reason, people keep thinking Apple's better. It's like I don't get it as far as your phones go. Oh no, it's going to be another workflow file. Yeah, how do I have a feeling that that's just not going to work well? Why? Why do I get this sense of dread in the attempt to look at this? Let's preview the workflow file. Does it log in and do all that stuff? Build and deploy, build. Well, it does do a login. I'm not seeing it. So maybe. Select close, select review and create. And wait for the deployment to complete before continuing. Well, I haven't actually hit create. There we go, now it is. Deployment in progress, man. We will get there soon enough. Just hold your horses. We will get there when we get there. All right, it says complete. Go to resources, open the new Azure static website. Let's go home. There's my new static website. Let's go to it. On the overview page, copy the URL. This is the base URL of the deployed static web page. I'm going to click on this and see where this goes. Stocks. Well, that is simple. It's obviously got something going on. It's not much of anything there, but okay. Select go to resource to open the new static web page resource. On the overview page, click copy the URL. Add the backend URL variable to the repository. The workflow needs to have the backend URL environment variable set to the deployed Azure Functions app base URL from Unit 5. In a browser for your GitHub fork of the sample repository, in a browser for your GitHub fork for the sample repository, select Settings, Security, Secrets, Variables, Actions. Settings, Security, Secrets, Variables, Actions. Then select Variables. Then select New Repository Variable. Use the following table to create the variable. Okay. Back end underscore URL. And then the base URL of the deployed Azure Functions app. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's not what I'm supposed to be putting in here, is it? Functions, resource name, AzureWebsite.net. This is Azure Static Apps.net. This is not the value I thought I was putting in here. Because it said go to resources to open the static resource. In the overview, Copy the URL value. This is the base URL of the deployed static website. The workflow needs to have a backend URL environment variable set to the deployed Azure Functions app base URL. So, and it says it needs to be in this format, which it is not. I don't see AzureWebsites.net. This is not this. So, all right, I'm trying to figure out where, because this is not the app. It says, whatever this is, Proud Cliff, something or other. The URL is not what this says. I mean, the base URL of the deployment Azure Functions app, the URL should be in the format of this AzureWebsites.net. And if I go here, it's interesting enough because I go to this backend, it is this Functions app, AzureWebsites.net. But that's not what this value comes out with. Create, wait for the deployment to complete, go to resource to open the new Azure Static Web App resource. And that's what I'm at, my static web app resource. And yeah, I don't know. This is a different link. I'm just putting in this one because it says, I don't know, maybe they changed the way they do it with static websites versus other websites. And when this came out, like I said, things change constantly in Azure. And this has caused me no end of pain. Let's just use that one and see what happens. All right, so I got to pull down the new workflow. How do I pull down the new workflow? It's like, all right, in Visual Studio Code Terminal, pull down the new workflow from your fork origin. Oh, because it creates it over here, that's right. So we're going to go here, and if I go to my code, I gotta sync these things. We'll commit this. Say yes. All right, so go back to workflows. This is the new one. Change the name value at the top of the file to client. Okay. All right, edit the build and deploy step to add the env property for the backend URL environment variable. Okay, what? So this is the build and deploy step. Basically, this is the whole file. It's like edit the build and deploy step. But here it is. Here's all of it just in case. Because it also has the name client. Still has the on push main. Still has all this stuff in there. That's the same. And then you're editing the build and deploy step down here to be whatever this is versus whatever that is. I'm not sure why we're changing it so much. Step to add the env property for the backend URL. Where's backend URL? There we go, backend URL. Run echo backend URL. So we got steps, uses checkout action with submodules, true, ifs, build and deploy. Azure statics, but there's this last little bit that they want you to put on after the with. And I'm not going to change anything else because I feel like the more modern code is going to be more accurate, which may or may not mean squat, but we are going to put this down here. And it feels like this should probably be back a step. I feel like this is kind of Python-esque. Seems like I've had things not work simply because they're not in the proper lining. So I'm going to put it to be in line with the width as it shows here. And then we'll put a space after. All right, so where are we? I think that's it. Save and push the change to the repository. So they like to do the command lines. I'm trying to get in the habit of the command lines simply because that seems to be the way things go. And most of it seems to be done in git bash. So we're going to go back to my git bash. We're going to say git add. We're going to say git, what is it, commit? Dash m add backend URL URL and variable. So git push. And then we'll go over here, make sure it all vanishes. It's syncing now. Now, assuming everything's back to normal and working, we're going to find out in just about 2 seconds how much of this works. Wouldn't it be shocking if it worked on the first try of deployment? Oh, that would be miraculous, outright miraculous, because nothing has worked on the first try pretty much since I started doing this. Got a 4 minutes ago deployment going. I don't remember doing that. That wasn't, I'm not in a 4 minutes ago state of things. Which means anything I've just checked in, open the Actions tab in the GitHub fork. All right, so we're going to go to the Actions tab. It does say queued, which means something's going on in progress. Okay, so something is happening. All right. By default, function apps don't allow CORS requests. You need to update the function app to allow requests from the static web app. Of course we do. In the Azure portal, navigate to the Azure function app created in Unit 5. All right, so we're going to go while this is doing its thing. And this is, of course, assuming that's all working. That's all I'm saying. And it's hard to assume anything at this point. But all right, so let's go to the function app. Go here, function app. In the Azure portal, navigate to the function app in Unit 5. In the left-hand menu, select API. API, is that even a thing back here? There it is, of course. What do you know? Select Enable Access Control, Allow Credentials. Oh my gosh, is this going to be related to the other thing work? Cross-origin resource sharing allows JavaScript code running in a browser on an external host to interact with your back end. Specify the origins that should be allowed to make cross-origin calls. To allow all, use star and remove all other origins from the list. Slashes are not allowed as part of the domain or after the TLD, whatever that is. Okay. Add the new value copied for the static web apps resource URL. Nope, not it. Not it. It is whatever I copied over here. Nope, that's not it either. Dang it, I gotta go back. Or I could just go grab it from here. Nope, that's not it either. Where did I put it? Oh, wait. Open the Actions tab in the GitHub fork repository to watch the deployment. In the Azure portal, navigate to the Functions app created in Unit 5 in the left-hand menu. So enable, I did that. Add the value copied for the static web apps resource URL. Okay, so I need to go back, apparently, to my Azure. Go back to my resources, my website. This is the URL I've been putting in, assuming it's the right one. It's going to be this thing. So I go back there, and I go back here, and paste that guy right here. Select save. Is there a save? Where's save? Oh, there it is. Save. Test the deployment of the client. Well, let's go see if it even worked. So I'm going to go back here. It didn't work. See, I told you it wasn't going to work. I knew it was working on the first try. You're crazy. Not going to happen. All right, what did happen? It did get to the deploy again. That's good. And of course, it blew up on the login. No matching federated identity. That's the same problem. Okay, so what I am going to do, let's see, what workflow file did it try to use? Oh, that's an AZ version. Okay, so let's try to see if I can make it go back and use my other version. So to do that, I'm going to have to take this guy out of the picture. So AZ version's got to go away. I'm going to just move it. I don't even know where to move this. I don't have like a lot of, I'm just putting it over in setup resources because I know it won't get called. And then I'm going to rename it. I'm just going to call it sample. Why not? Actually, let's go API dot AZ version. How do they name their samples? There are some sample things that they've been naming down here. I'm just going to use it the same kind of... Oh, it's dash. Example. Okay. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to drop in the same location as all these other examples. Which is where? At the top? There you go. And I'm going to rename it again because I'm just in a renaming mood. And we're going to take this just for consistency of formatting. I'm going to do this. Dash main. I'm just going to... I think it just kind of gives me another YAML AZ version, and maybe one of these days I'll make it work. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. So we're going to try this again. We're going to go add. Oops. I have everything saved, right? There's no like weird. All I did was move it, so it should make a difference. I should have said remove AZ YAML from workflows or something. Would have probably been a better name. All right. Push. Let's see if this triggers and works with my publish instead of using the client ID nonsense, because we know that's a bunch of nonsense. It doesn't work. So hopefully this will trigger a more successful build. At least it won't be a problem with the publish package. Just seems to be a little bit more reliable. So let's go back here. While I'm at it, let's close up a bunch of nonsense because it's just too much junk. Hey, I can see, sort of. All right, so we've got it down to a little less A little less clutter. Hopefully, we'll go back here and we'll see what's happening. It's building once again. Once this goes, assuming we get the green check mark, we'll be able to see how this thing works. Now it's interesting that there's two workflows, and I'm surprised that I didn't even know it even ran all three of them, to be honest. I mean, before I've tried it with, you know, removing, and so my other one wasn't working at all. But maybe once one goes, the other one goes, or there's some kind of connection. But there's a workflow both for the original deploy of the functions, and then there's one for the website. And the website one doesn't actually have what amounts to logins, from what I can tell. So, yeah, it's a little bit different. And we'll see if everything works. So, let's go check it out, shall we? Because then we end up here. We've gotten to this. Now we're doing the login. It looks like we're pretty far along, actually. This is much further along than the other one got. Because we do the credentials, we log in, we package deployment. Interesting though, there's only one workflow file getting ran, so I'm not sure how it determines why the other one isn't running, which is a little package deployment zip initiated, zip deploy initiated. Okay, so we're still in progress. Because there was two workflow files. There's the one that got put in, and then there's the one that deploys the function app. And I don't know what all is going to happen here. In the browser, use the URL of the deployed static web app to open the client. All it said was stocks. So it should say a lot more. They added some stuff to the page. Again, I'm not sure what this workflow file is doing because it doesn't actually call that workflow file from what I can tell. But let's see what happens when it finishes. Maybe it'll run more than one workflow file, or maybe, I don't know. It didn't say remove this workflow file. It's just, we're just adding to the original code and stuff. So I'm not sure how it designates which workflow files it's running. Because like you say, this whole thing here is about creating this workflow file, update the client, we put in the index.js, we put in all this stuff there. It does successfully go through, runs everything, everything's happy, job complete, right? So everything is cleanup orphan processes, we're done. But if you go look at this workflow file, it did not run the one I just created. This just does the publish profile. So it's kind of interesting that we're not getting that workflow file to run. Even though if I go all the way back to here, go to my code, and go to the workflow files, there are two. There's this one. I don't know what triggers this workflow file, right? So I feel like nothing happened. To be honest, I don't think anything happened to change. Because why would this even exist if it didn't call this workflow file? So like, was I supposed to take that workflow file out and just let it run this workflow file? I don't know how that would have worked, but maybe you can only have one workflow file in there. And which is kind of weird. I don't know. Does it run both parts? It didn't actually say it was running both parts. I'm going to do a terminal. So you put all this stuff into this workflow file, and then you add it, open it up, you put it in there, change the names. I mean, you're doing all this stuff to edit this workflow file, then you commit and push, but you never actually change yeah, I don't know. That's really weird. I don't know when this gets triggered. It doesn't explain it at all. did do that. In a browser, use the URL of the deployed static. All right, well, let's see what happens. I mean, I don't actually believe this is going to work. Pessimism abounds. I don't feel very confident at the moment. Copy this. Go here. Paste. Hit enter. Yeah, that doesn't seem like it. That was there before I even ran the GitHub deployment. And that's obviously not got any code in it of any relevance. It's not doing any stock cool updatey stuff. I'm guessing this has to run. I don't know how it determines which one to run, but obviously you can't have more than one workflow. So I'm going to have to move this, I guess. It doesn't. Does it say at any point to remove the old one? Replace all the code to listen for single line messages. The code gets the initial stock list. When a stock is updated, the client updates the stock price. So yeah, I mean, this is just updating the actual web page that's going to show up in the websites. When the markup changes, add the following script block. Just above the reference to bundle.js, update client.env, update URL, create an Azure static website, did that, select preview workflow file, did all that, select close, preview, create, select go to, then you open it at the backend variable to the repository, which we did. But it's like, in Visual Studio Code Terminal, pull down the new workflow file from origins. Open. Change the name value, client, add, build, and deploy step. It's like, all right, so I got to figure out how do you trigger. All right, how to trigger specific workflow file in GitHub. If you do want to trigger a workflow from within a workflow, you can use GitHub App Installation Access Token or a Personal Access Token instead of GitHub Token to trigger events that require a token. If you use GitHub, you'll need to create GitHub. That run on the event. You can limit your workflow runs. There's a way to manually run a workflow. Should I do that? See, how does GitHub choose amongst multiple workflows? All right, let's see what this says. Get a high level overview about workflows. The workflows and configurable automation. Workflows are defined by YAML file checked in repository event, or they can be triggered manually or at a defined schedule. Workflows are defined in the GitHub Workflows directory in the repository, and the repository can have multiple workflows, each of which can perform different set of tasks. For example, you can have one workflow to build and test all requests, another workflow to deploy your application every time a release is created, and still another workflow that adds a label every time someone opens a new issue. Your workflow must contain the following basic components: Triggering or workflow triggers are events that cause a workflow to run. These events can be events that occur in your workflow's repository, events that occur outside of GitHub and trigger a repository dispatch event in GitHub, scheduled times manual. For example, you can configure your workflow to run when a push is made to the default branch of your repository, when a release is created, or when an issue is opened. For more information, see triggering a workflow, and for a full list of events, see events that trigger. Creating an example workflow. You can have multiple. So what's it take to make this one fire? what's the magic pull request? Opened, synchronized, reopened, close. Is it one of these? It's on a push. So that should have fired. How come it didn't fire? I have a feeling this one that's the thing. When it's pushed onto the main, this is supposed to fire, but it didn't. Is it because I have two that are already doing that? Can I not have two that are specifies the trigger for the workflow. The example uses a push event. So a workflow run is triggered every time someone pushes a change to the repository or merges a pull request. This is triggered by a push to every branch. For example, syntax that runs only on pushes specific branches paths or tags. See workflow. So this would be all of them, but I'm doing it on main, and that's where you put -main. So that should have triggered. So why didn't it? Let's go to actions. Let's see if actions tells me a little bit more. All right, let's see if there's a way to it does say there's a way to manually run. So I'm gonna try to manually run it and see if it fires, if it works or what. I don't even know what it's gonna do. About workflows, workflow basics, triggering a workflow, manual. For example, you can configure a workflow to run. For example, do I just go on the workflow file and trigger it? How do I do that? So we're going to go here. Client. "14 minutes ago, this one tried to run." That's the end. What all this other npm warn? Unsupported engine package required. Let's go back and look at my Node.js and see just exactly what is it trying to pull. Is it actually doing something wrong? There's not much on this, really. I mean, really, there's nothing on it. I mean, it's a very basic, oops. Sure acts like there's a lot on it. Reading database. I don't know what all this junk is. Delaying package configuration since app-utils is not installed. Yeah, that is totally not what I was expecting to see. Okay, so I don't think checkout action is right, for one thing, because checkout action, if I match it to here, is 4. Setup checkout 4. So we're going to change that to 4 just because. Now, I don't know what version of static web deploy is, but that is the only action. All right, let's go see this. I want to go here. just going to type it in, except I'm not going to put the version. What version are we on here? If you find a recent example, usually it'll show you what it's actually supposed to be. GitHub. Docker file stuff. This doesn't actually have the Azure static web apps deploy action on it. Is there only a V1? Maybe that's it. Static web apps deploy, and it says V1. So maybe there isn't. Maybe it is supposed to be V1. Microsoft Learn is not my best choice because it's often late and old. Here's February 26th. All right, here's a more recent example, I think. What might work. We'll try and see if after I make some changes here. We got branches main, write, read, write, build and deploy, actions checkout, which I did, action upload, doesn't have a version. Okay, so let's go ahead and leave that then, because it doesn't seem to be static web apps dash deploy. Okay. Build actions checkout submodules true. Upload, action upload, application, API location, output location. Huh. And branches main. Permissions. I wonder if I have to do this permissions thing, because I had to put this in on the other one to make it work. But didn't really change much here, but I am going to redeploy it because I did change that one thing's version number, because I know it's checkout 4, not 3. So we're going to go back up here to git add. Oh, let's go hit save. Try to see if we can get this to fire here. And we'll go up here and see what happens. And this is working static web issues in workflow. And do a push. Now, this is supposed to fire. Now, if everything works, both of them should be firing. So if I go back here at some point, this guy should get an attempt. Okay, so this is the attempt of the one I have now that I just updated. Now, I didn't change anything but that version number thing. But at least it's in progress, so I know that it got called, which is important. Now, whether or not the other workflow will go and that'll work, that might mean it deploys the function apps fine, the function APIs, but this one is not building correctly because nothing wants to work on the first try. I'd be surprised if this works off of simply changing that version from 3 to 4. But I don't understand why this is even referencing an 18, a version 18 of Node, because don't know where it thinks I have Node 18. But like if you go here and you start, this is a whole bunch of gobbledygook until you got to kind of step through. First thing it does is the Azure Static Web Utils Oryx to build with static application functions. You can find more details. All right, so that doesn't really do anything. Detecting, running stuff, delaying package configuration since app utils is not installed. Okay, do I need to install apt utils? What is apt utils? Is that something I should go look into? Hold on. All right, I'm gonna get my dog upstairs. All right, where are we? Okay, so we got what do they want me to do here? Huh? I don't know. It doesn't look like it's all that important though. I'm hoping. This is, I may have to go look at that at some point. But let's look at these. Unsupported engine. What the heck is that? Running npm install. Okay. Using Node version 16.20. I don't know why we're running the old Node versions. Using npm version 8.19. Running npm install. I don't know why it's doing all this stuff because none of this is part of the workflow. This workflow file is not that complex. So it's like, what's it think it's doing? I don't know what. I feel like all these warnings are going to cause problems. The message says it requires 16, not 16.0 or greater. It requires exactly 16. So I need to have a higher vote. Why is it putting in a Node version of 16? See, so because you just see, I have if it's your package JSON with the engine field. Because see, I can go look at this workflow file, and it doesn't mention anything about Node. It just says there's no npm, there's no Node. It doesn't do anything like that. It's just the workflow file that does what it does. I don't even know to what point. Wouldn't that be these names? Shouldn't I see like these names somewhere? Build and deploy job. Anywhere where it says name, I think I should see like build and deploy job. Let's go see. It's going to go here. And I'm going to say build and deploy. Okay, guess not. There's no... It'd be nice if there was a print, something that actually told you what it is doing at any given point. I kind of hoped that name would show up. Unpacking, preparing. Boy, it does a lot of junk just to get this out there. But this whole bunch it doesn't like, because it's supposed to be node greater than or equal to 18, and yet it's putting in node 16. So why is it putting in node 16? Is there a way to update the node version on here? Preparing to unpack. Does my website actually have a setting of the version of Node? I don't think it does. Feedback managed deployment token. I don't see why it would, to be honest. Yeah, there's not like a lot of info here, is there? It's like monitoring. It's not even like a configuration short of the one I just clicked on. No environment variables. Configuration just has general settings, password protection, preview environments, nothing, and then I click here, nothing more. So I mean, these are just warnings, but I would imagine that that's going to cause an error at some point. Fail to load. Running npm run build. Fail to load .in, but see, that already looks bad. What do we got over here? All right, so I am tarn again, man. Why is everything got to be so complicated in Azure? Nothing. We're back. All right. I'm a little stumped because it says, you know, if I want to make these updates to fix this, it's like, where do I do that? Because this doesn't do anything. It just says build and deploy job, checkout version. It's not really doing anything. It tells you what the API tokens report, and then it goes in and does all this stuff. And you can see, for as little as this workflow file is, it does a boat ton of stuff. And it's like, what is it doing? It's like there's no explanation. I mean, my code here just says do this or do that, and then it's done. There is no other bits in my code, not referencing any of those things it's talking about. It's like, why are all these node versions wrong? Where is all this stuff being triggered? You know, it's downloading, extracting Node.js. Why is it doing all this weird steps? I don't. Is there like a piece at the top here that says? Okay, so this is where it built the code, deploy the code. This is build and deploy. It's running the build and deploy steps. And I feel like this is wrong. Like there should be a newer version of this. And maybe that's the problem. I feel like whatever this build and deploy is, maybe V1 is looking at 16 and I should be using some other thing, but I'm not finding where that is. Let's see here. I gotta look again. Azure static web apps. But see, there isn't a V anything else. Let's see. By using Node 18 for your app, for using Node, please use functions version 4.x. Azure Functions Runtime Versions Overview. Node.js 20. Azure Functions Node.js Developers Guide. Changing versions of apps in Azure. The following major runtime versions values are used. Pinning to specific minimum extension version. Locally developed application Visual Studio runtime. Consumption plan. I wonder if I could change it to just, so there's 1 and 4. They said 2 and 3 are no longer. It's gotta be, I want to say it's V4. But it's not really telling me. It's not really telling me what I'm looking for. Having the same issue. Package.json. Here's a sample repro. Frameworks. Does existing, like your function runtime 16. To have customer overrides. There's not a lot going on here. Everybody's saying is noted here. You need to use the option for custom configuration as noted here. Yeah, but see, they're using stuff that I'm not. I don't know what even next is. Deployment with Azure Node GitHub Actions. 5 months ago. What's that one say? Just talks about it, but is it going to show me the workflow setting? Name build deploy JS. Should I change that? Maybe I should just go and change it and add this node version thing. I'm gonna try this. Let's see if that actually helps. Because there is a steps for checkout 4 and it's here. And then I'm gonna just go here. I'm just going to take out the width. Actually, it can be 20x because that's what I'm using, because that's what I use. Whether that's right or not, I don't want to. All right, so we got node width, we got actions checkout 4, and then I'm just going to add that on to the list of use this setup node v3. I mean, there's not. Actually, I should probably just do. Oh, this is its own thing. Maybe I should just do this whole thing. I'm just gonna go. Actually, let's just do this because, yeah, because of all the wonderful things it does. Name. Uses. With. And we're going to do node version here. And we're going to change that to 20. Because I'm trying to do everything in this setup, so I don't know if it's going to matter. That may not have any effect whatsoever, but web apps deploy v3, Azure web apps deploy v3. You know, and plus this is it's not a web app. I think the thing is static web apps as a separate thing is probably new, and this is tripping it up. Because I don't think static web apps deploy is, you know, the same as everything else. Because now they had web apps, but yeah. So we're gonna try one more here, just while I'm looking at other things. I'm gonna be looking up other options while I do this, just to see if that does anything. But I don't have a lot. It's hard for me to say a lot of times when I make a change if it's going to have any effect, because it doesn't always feel like it's going to be all that helpful. But sometimes it's actually the solution. I've gone like, oh, hey, what do you know? It surprisingly worked. But other times it's like, yeah, that didn't do anything. Because I don't even know if, I mean, it's like, why is that coming up? I feel like something's off, you know? Because you have this 18 and Maybe I have to do like that npm install thing that I did on the previous thing. Like you have this npm install stuff here, and I didn't do that. Because you got web apps deploy, right? This one doesn't have a version. This one uses a GUID. But maybe if you run all this stuff, npm install run, things will fix. That's not on here, but maybe it needs to be, you know? It's like it's gonna go get the latest version or the one that's in this package, whatever. Because if you do an install, it uses your package stuff, right? Or maybe I need to do that. I'm tempted. I might just stick this in here. Because, let's see, we got name, npm install. So there's no npm install, build, and test. But I don't know that test is a thing I would do here. Would I do that? I don't know. It's not on here. Where do they put it? Under build, but this is build and deploy, so you just put it wherever would be the logical prefix. So we got the checkout and we got the node version. There's actually a node version 4. That was silly of me. I put it in, is it old? Because apparently I was copying an old thing. But I will do this instead. That's probably not going to do anything. All right, let's go here. We're going to take this, and then we're going to go here, and we're going to just add another step, because I am just trying to figure out how to get everything to update. Yeah. Very Python-esque. It's weird to have code that's dependent on the indents. I know Python has that. I learned that from my Python basics, and that was the one major thing I took away from Python. I just didn't fundamental, because a lot of the other stuff was so fundamental. I was like, I got to figure this stuff out on my own. I got to take a more advanced Python class at some point here. Just trying to learn a lot of different things, get the basics of a lot of different things as quickly as possible. So, all right, let's see here. Let's try this again. I don't think that did anything, but we'll go look real quick before I check out and before I deploy another thing. We'll go here, 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 here. One more. Okay. That one didn't even trigger. 24 minutes ago. Obviously, whatever I just checked in didn't have squat of an effect. Because it hasn't been 25 minutes, that's for sure, since I did this. Did I not? Oh, I didn't do the push part. Okay, let's do this. All right, so now we're back to this. Now we're going to go back and commit it. Let this run. And once that's done, go here and do a push. And it should fire it again. So once we get here, we'll get another chance to see what if anything, I'm trying to force in the right version of Node.js so it stops getting all those errors for Node 16. I don't, a buttload of boatload of guess the first works too, but that'd be really gross. A boatload of errors um, related to bad engine or bad version because it wants to be better than 16 and it's using 16. So that's not good. So I'm hoping, forcing this to be 20, that I can do that in here, but that's why I'm doing the install and setup of Node.js, hoping that that'll trigger and thus cause the other stuff to work, or at least not have as many errors. If I can get past all of the nonsense errors, I can move on to the next errors, but I gotta at least see something progress. That's my, oops.
Don't, I just deleted or just closed all my windows.
Bam, there it is.
It's back.
Oh, go here. In theory, there should be more here. 1 minute ago, but it's already blown up. It didn't take that long to blow up, which I guess is good. Don't make me waste too much time. Oh, look. We did not get as many errors. So wait, we didn't even get to the build and deploy part. Process completed with Xcode. npm error complete log of this found on blah, 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 blah. npm, let's see, run npm install. npm error code ennuent. A lot of errors, a lot of errors, a lot of errors. Error number. npm error could not read package JSON. Error ennuent. No such file or directory open. Home runner work ms learn. Could not read package.json. Oh, okay. Why couldn't you read package.json? No such file or directory open. So it couldn't do the install part, basically, is what it's saying. Huh. Did it set up Node? Did this work? Run action set up Node.js found in cache at blah, 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 blah. Node 20 npm. You know, maybe I don't need to do this piece because it didn't like it. So we'll take it out, see if that gets me anywhere. Maybe I don't need to do that. We'll find out in a moment, I suppose. Try it again. I mean, it seemed to be okay with found in cache 20 whatever. So maybe that works. Doesn't say installed. Run npm install. I tried that, but it can't get to the package.json for whatever reason. So it doesn't know what to use for the package.json. So it just said I'm not doing nothing. And we're trying again. Well, we are getting way down here. Not seeing a lot of red. That's a lot more positive looking. Go up, there goes all the red. And it's still versioning problems. So there probably is that one error message up here. I just missed it, or it was already done. Yeah, already got that. And apparently installing or attempting to get Node.js to be updated did not work because you can still see it's still Node 18. And it can't do npm install. I could try to force it because it can't do package.j. It can't use my package JSON because apparently I can't see it. But if I told it what to install, that might work. What a pain in the back freaking side. Why doesn't it work? I'm just gonna keep complaining about how complicated Azure is. Nothing works on the first try. Even when they give you the code, they give you, here, use this. You'll be all set. It's like, okay, I'll use that. It's like, no, you won't. Psych, just kidding. It won't actually work. Haha, you thought that was gonna work. npm install. I think I can say something like node. Oh, I'm not gonna do build because build isn't a thing. npm install node. I think it's at v20. How to install node v. It's only because I don't remember the syntax. I feel like I'm missing the syntax here. Oh, it's dash v. See if you already have node.js npm install. OS X, Windows. Or I think there's even latest. But I don't want to do latest because if I ever do it for some reason in the future, I end up with too late of a. Okay, install. Dash v will return the version. Install dash g. Here we go. npm install what version is 20? It's not it's node. Okay, I am right. Node at, I said node at 20. Oh, but is it 20 or is it 20 dot? I don't know, setup dash node. I don't even know what that does, to be honest. Setup Node.js version. But all my examples show that first, followed by the install, which might just be what's in package.json, which might just be the wrong thing. And maybe it did already try to set up 20, but it doesn't work because this is not how this website, how this thing works. And I am just barking up the wrong tree, but I don't know how to get this to change its version of Node. Because obviously this is wrong. They want greater than 18. And I need to figure out a way to get it's 20, right? Sudo app install y node.js. .8.1. Do I want to be .8.1? I don't know which one I'm supposed to have, but I'm going to just say .8.1 because it's, I don't know what version I'm using. I'm just using 20. I don't know what my version actually is. Oh, I guess I could do this. Node-v. Oh, it's 2012. Okay. 20.12.2. It's just I won't even use the package install. I'll just do it my way. And we're gonna go here, 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 and we're just gonna call out the one I want installed, and we'll just see what that does. Alrighty, we're back to checking in. Where are we at now with the latest and greatest blob? How will this one fail us? Well, will it fail us? It'd be nice if it just got past the npm install thing, and then I'll know. And then I'll know that it isn't me. I mean, I can't change it, right? I won't be. I can't set the if this install doesn't do it, I don't know how to change the npm version or the node version, even though it's complaining about the wrong version. If this doesn't install it, what can I say? I don't have an answer to that. See, it still doesn't. See, it's still all wrong. Still says 16, even though I supposedly installed. If it says npm install node 20, added 2 packages, it did exactly what I said, but then when I got here, Azure Static Web Apps utilizes Oryx to build both static. Is that even a thing? I don't know. So it's doing all this, complains about since apputils is not installed. I don't know what that means. So actually installing latest version of npm doesn't, or of node does me no good because you can't actually change this. I'm lost, folks.
I'm lost. I don't know what to do anymore. It's like, I don't know.
Maybe Azure just gives me the wrong version. Let's go here and just say screw Azure, man. Let's see if I can get this built using let's see if GitHub wants to help me. Static apps deploy. Now GitHub usually has its own versions of examples, and it is GitHub doing this work. It's running the workflow. GitHub Actions for deploying Azure static websites. This GitHub action enables developers to build and publish their applications. And this one's probably going to take me to more information on GitHub action workflow. Azure static website. Okay, so this one's doing deploy v1 also. Now, what is the age of this? It says May 2024, and this is Microsoft Learn. I don't know why I would be thinking this is going to be any different. I seriously doubt it will be. Because even this checkout is v2 when it's v4 that I want. Because they always want the latest. So that's nonsensical. It's old and not going to help me any. Create your Azure static web apps from GitHub. That's 2021. I mean, with this stuff, you have to be looking at stuff that's current, because you're gonna get led down the wrong path if you start looking at anything that's more than a few months old. It's just too many changes going on. Example, workflow to deploy Azure web app from GitHub. 22, 23. Deploying a .NET web app. Now, how to test and deploy your app with GitHub Actions. I don't want Microsoft Learn because their things are all years old. I am trying to deploy Azure Web Apps deploy. I can look at this one maybe. I think it's one I was just looking at, to be honest. And their YAML doesn't have any useful information in it. Whoever wrote this, it's just like it's only half written. Maybe there's something under source here. Let's go look at source. Do they have a workflows folder? Nope. It's just like a random app that they just happen to have. And then it has this action YAML, which has a lot of junk in it, but it's nothing you'd expect. Got inputs, description, name of the Azure app, required true, publish, profile, images, startup command. It's doing all this stuff, but it just says whether it's required or not. It doesn't actually do anything. Output runs using Node 20. Description, URL to work with your web app. Hey. Yeah, no, it's not running properly. How's it going, ATZ? So here's the deal. All right, so I'm following a Coursera class, and I'm on this module that gives you step-by-step instructions how to create this workflow. And I did. I created the workflow. Basically, it's just created by the Azure portal. When you create the website, you can go on there, and when you set it up, you get this workflow file back. And then you go to check in the code as designed on the website, and it blows up. See, this workflow is getting all these warnings / errors saying that using Node version 16, but all of these errors are saying, required Node version 18 plus. And I also did the whole install. I even tried to do an install up here for Node 20, which it did. It says added Node 20. And I don't quite see why it's still blown up. So apparently installing that didn't even install it where it mattered. And if you look at all this stuff going on here, which is happening post build and deploy. So we're looking at all the steps that are taking place, in here. And I'm sorry, right in here. In this build and deploy step here, we get in here. And we're trying to run this, and these steps must trigger a whole bunch of other stuff. Because I don't have anywhere where all this nonsense is happening. So it's reading database. Why? There's nothing in the database. I don't even know. To be honest, I think the only thing it's reading is that there's files referenced in there because it's the storage where the okay, I can do that. My experience with ChatGPT is less than stellar. I don't have a strong what do you call it? A strong confidence that it's very useful. Okay, so here's another thing. My package.json does not mention these at all. I mean, I'm using version 20. In fact, it couldn't even read package.json, but I can go look and see if there's something on here. Unless it got reset back. Name, version, license, Azure. Type. See, my node is version 20 here. There's my version of node. Yeah, it's not technically ChatGPT, but it's built off of ChatGPT. It's Microsoft owns it. I mean, they're building it off of that same logic. All right, let's see. Let's close this one up. We'll go look at this ChatGPT. Let's see if this does anything different. I still don't know if it's going to matter. The warning message you're seeing indicates the package, has specified that it requires Node.js version. Yeah, no kidding. Here's a breakdown. Yeah, I know what the warning is because you're Node.js. What can you do? Update Node.js. Yeah, try that. Don't know how to do it from where I'm at. Because like my package.json is using 20. So if it was, I tried to have it install it from package.json, and as you can see in my sample here, I actually did install. I actually tried to add it to the steps. I don't know what this is installed. I actually installed Node version 20 here, and it still blew up with Node being wrong. So I don't know where that's installing, but it's apparently not installing yet. This install is not taking place wherever it is this thing cares about. For whatever reason, it says it's using Node version 16. I don't know why. And it's probably something to do with Azure. Azure's probably got it built in there somehow. But let's go see what else chat said. Check compatibility. Ignore warning. Not recommended. Ignore the warning. Okay. To update Node.js, you can visit. Yeah. Download the latest LTS long-term support version after. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. So if I go there and go back, let's just see what happens after, because these are technically warnings. And then it goes, all right, 590, blah, 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 found 0 vulnerabilities, npm run build, client, webpack, failed to load, .env. What is it talking about? .env. It's saying it can't find my M file, which is right. Let's see. If these are more the bigger issue. Now, if it can't load the environment variable, that's obviously going to be a problem. So, dang it, go back to where you're supposed to be. We're here. Well, not dead end so much as wrong route. I don't know. My feeling is sometimes you fix these bad engine problems and sometimes your other problems go away. But let's look at this one. Failed to load .env. Now, my M file, the only thing I'm referencing for the M file is right here, version backend URL, which is probably comes from my M file, which should be right here under, because we're under client. So we have client. Where'd it go? Not there. Oh, start. Oh, there it is. Start client. And this is the M file where I put in the backend URL. So unless it can't see that, which is possible, and I don't even know what it's looking for in the M file. What does it want to do? Assets. Because it's looking at backend URL. Under bars, you know, I feel like that might be. Yeah, but see, this one's too generic. If I just wrote in failed to load .env, it'll say, yeah, you don't have the right M file. This is kind of generic. It doesn't tell you where, I mean, what the there's no reference information to this. It's like it's not something that's going to just be. I'm thinking my path to the M file is wrong, but I don't think ChatGPT is going to be able to. I mean, it's just going to tell you the path to your M file is wrong. So I don't know what else it could actually tell you in this case. I mean, I can run it again. But see, it's when you encounter the failed, and it typically means that your application or script is unable to load the M file, which usually contains environment variables. Here are some steps to resolve the problem. Check if the file exists, file permissions, correct file format, .env configuration if you using .env or similar package to load environment specific files, errors in .env file, console logs. So yeah, I mean, that's basically what it's saying. It's saying, am I, you know, is my path wrong? Am I referencing it incorrectly? Maybe. I thought I updated the one they told me to update. But, you know, I can add it here too, because this is the one that some of my other stuff references. Let's just see what happens if I stick it in here. Now, it didn't actually say that it couldn't find the variable, so that's also a mislead, I think. It didn't say it couldn't find the variable. It said it couldn't find the file, which is interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, let me wait. Did I use an env reference? I have been known to use an env reference. No, I didn't. Okay. Because on the other, on my other one here, see, we have env here, and then everything that's down here is a reference to env. So they have those files reference it, but that's only here at the top. This one is referencing a specific file for .env, which means what you're doing, I guess I don't understand. What are you doing other than giving me suggestions? I guess I don't. But I got to figure out what my path to .env. I wonder if it is. But why can it fail to load .env? Which could be. Check file. By following these steps, you should be able to diagnose and fix the issue causing the failed. First, verify that .env file exists in the root directory of your project. Sometimes a file might be missing and named differently. So failed to load, but I do have it in the root of my application. I wonder if I need to have it. Let's see. First, verify that .env file exists in the root of your project. Well, that one's not in the root of my project. I think it's because they have the M files. Um, maybe because this one can't, maybe that's why this one can't reference it, because it's not in the same subdirectory. I wonder if I should try to put it in the same subdirectory. Or I could just do what they did. Or do what I did before. Just do, oh, that is an env. So this is env, going back. When is this referenced? This is just backend URL. Where is backend URL even being pulled? I mean, it's trying to load this, but it's just an environment. It's not doing anything. So where is it referencing it? That's really weird. It's not actually being referenced anywhere on here. Because the next steps don't call it. I don't know what you mean by prompting AI, but I mean, that's what I do. I mean, unless you're talking about being more literal about it, you know. But I think it gave me good reference, but it's, I mean, it's not anything that I don't necessarily. I have a feeling the issue is .env, or at least part of it, but I don't know why. I don't even know what it's doing with this. Why did I put this in? I mean, it is part of the class instructions for the course, but I don't see. You're really focused on ChatGPT. You gotta. I don't have a problem with using ChatGPT. I just, for all the times I've tried to give it questions, it rarely gives me any answer that sounds interesting. I mean, that's like, it's all very obvious. Short of having seen the message before, I don't know. I guess I have not had that much luck with ChatGPT. I mean, it sounds like you have, so you're pretty sure it works. The greatest thing I've gotten out of it is the image designers that you can find. You tell it what you want in a piece of art, and it draws you up new art. Pretty cool. Yeah, I don't subscribe to its usability as much. I think it's very good for very rudimentary tasks. I don't know. Maybe if I have like a fixed error value, I think something like that's good. But then Google does the same thing. I mean, I don't see how it's much better than what Google provides. I don't know. I have, like I said, I haven't had good experiences with it solving any of my problems ever. And every time I've thought, hey, let's try ChatGPT, I'm like, Google could have told me that, or usually did by the time I got to it. So, I mean, I'll keep it open, and I'll be glad to. I mean, I do like that it kind of puts a lot of the stuff together, but again, I don't see how it's very helpful. At least not right now. It's not providing anything nice. But I do need to still figure out why I have that, and why. All right, so it does have me go in here, add a variable name back in. I already did that piece. Select preview work file, which you do, and I looked at it. Close, create, and did all that. And that's pretty much what this says here. Blah, 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 upload, repository, add the backend URL variable to the repository, which I did. I went into GitHub, created this. Edit GitHub deployment workflow. Visual Studio Terminal. Now this is the YAML I'm creating. Edit the build and deploy step to add the end property. So we add this end property, which is what we're doing right here. But at what point does it use that? I mean, what is it doing with it? Step to add the end property for the backend URL environment variable. So you're creating this thing, but nothing in the code that follows references it. Backend URL. So all I can figure is that I feel like those aren't matching. Because the backend URL I put in here is not the same as the backend URL that matches the one in GitHub. I know that because the GitHub one uses the website and one of them uses the function app. And that could be part of my problem. I have a feeling that it's expecting those to match. Because when you grab, see, this says it should be function app resource .azure websites.net. That's not the way it's set up. The value it's using actually looks like, if you go to this page, secrets, variables, actions, or wherever you're grabbing it from. Where's it showing you grabbing it? Okay, so create environment variable, start client folder name.env. See, that's where I went. Maybe. That's not the question though. I mean, I don't think ChatGPT is smart enough for that. And I've tried. You give it too many words and stuff, and it just kind of goes gobbledygook. But all right, so like all example. All right, so let's say you're a big ChatGPT guy. I mean, you must really. Are you involved in the creation and usage of ChatGPT? All right, let's take this. I'll just for the fun of it, I'll put it in here. Let's go here and say, what is this value supposed to correspond to? Let's see if it has any idea what this appears to be. A configuration entry. Well, no kidding. Template and variable substantial. I can't read that fast. It's gonna have to go back. Okay. This suggests that you're defining an environment variable named backend URL. No, yeah, very good. Indicates that you're referencing another variable named backend URL from some context or configuration file vars. Yeah, well, that's supposed to be from the variables in .env. This could imply that backend URL is defined elsewhere. Yeah. Usage, context, example, YAML configuration. Yeah. It's just telling me what stuff I already have. Here, secrets backend URL might refer to secret sensitive. Yeah. I have secrets in here too. To correctly interpret backend URL, you should ensure backend URL is defined. Yeah, understand where var's backend URL is defined. Yeah, check the documentation or context. That doesn't tell me what it corresponds to. So what I am going to try is I'm going to create, even though it told me to put that thing here, because it has me put that backend URL here. It apparently can't access it here for whatever reason. GitHub Workflows is under a different directory name, and I don't think it can reach this. In fact, I know it can't. I mean, it's not the way it's set up. If I put it in the root directory, it could probably reach it because it can go back up and grab out of the root. But it's not going to be able to, and I think that's what the dot expectation is. But again, what's confusing me isn't so much that makes sense to me where it should be, but it's that the stupid lesson told me to put it here. GitHub or Azure, one of them is the problem. One of them is not being very bright. And I tell you right now, I believe in a lot of ways this is probably Azure being dumb. Because why is Azure on 16 to begin with? We're all the way up to 20. And I think Azure changed the way it references. Okay, so static website, this whole thing is supposed, when they had me create the website for this, on this process, you go through, you create a website. It doesn't even mention, you're creating a static website, but it just has you create a website. And I think since this lesson, which by the way came out in, this is Microsoft, this is Coursera, but the documentation here is coming from Microsoft Learn. Microsoft Learn is free. It's just a documentation that you can walk through this whole thing yourself for free. The Coursera part of it has some videos and some tests and some extra things that, I don't know, make it a little more robust, gives them a reason to charge you. But I have Coursera as a monthly subscription, so I'm doing this one. And when I go through this process, I'm finding so many things that the Microsoft Learn documentation has you go to and points you to that have changed in Azure since this was done. So they have not updated. I don't know what it's going to say. Everything I've prompted for is, you know, what it has. ChatGPT is it's not like it's thinking. It's not really AI. It's AI-esque. All it's doing is grouping together, pulling together information it finds in the world, Google, whatever. It's intelligently trying to combine as much information as it can find. So it does. It's a pretty good job. I mean, I do like the way it pulls all this stuff together. And if my problem was, why is it not finding the .env, which I kind of already am guessing, but I don't understand why. Like if I go with ChatGPT, all right, like if I ask the why question, all right, why does Microsoft Learn documentation? This is going to be dumb. It's like it's way too much. It is right. Tell me to put. This is too many words. ChatGPT is just not going to know what to do with it. Why does Microsoft Learn documentation tell me to put backend URL under in .env under start client instead. Oh, just not. Let's just say that. Yeah, put it there. I bet it doesn't know what to do. Yeah, see, it's just. Yeah, reading ChatGPT is annoying. That's why I don't use it. It doesn't tell me anything. It's like it's like, yeah, okay, I get the instruction to place back in your own document. Microsoft Learn documents likely pertains to a specific project tutorial within their learning. Right, but it doesn't work, so it's wrong. Yes, I've already done this. That's what this is, backend URL HTTPS. But again, doesn't work. It doesn't know where this is. All right, so it can't find it. We already know the build says no. I mean, the build says fail to load it. This is dot means go back to the root. .env is where it's looking. It's looking right here. I can put it here, or I can just move this dumb thing over to my document. And I don't even know. It just bugs me I'm doing this because this doesn't have any reference. Where is this being called? And if it's just there to match what's in, you know what? Even better yet, I'm going to take even a bigger shortcut. I don't need this to be there. I don't. It's because it has to be a secret, and I could really care less because this is a dummy course thing. It's like, I'm not even worried about people seeing it. I don't care. It's let's go here. If I'm gonna go to my, let's go here and go back to go home. Home. Don't you want to go home? All right, we're gonna go here. We're gonna go back to security. Nope, settings. Oh, I don't even think it'll show it to me. Well, maybe it will. It's a variable, not a... All right, I'm going to go here, here. Oh, no, that's not here, here. Variables. And then we're going to go here, edit, copy. See how weird that name is? Proud Cliff. Azure Static Apps. What the heck is Proud Cliff? And why is it named that? It's such a terrible name. Proud Cliff? I didn't name anything. I didn't put that in there anywhere. So I'm just going to go... Great. I'm going to put this right here. We're just going to stick in Proud Cliff. I don't need any variables. I don't need any references. Let's just put the stupid thing in there. And if I need to reference it somewhere else, I will, if it works. I don't mind setting a variable. It just... this way it can't complain about where the line is. And I think it's supposed to match GitHub. That's why I think that whole thing is. And I think if those are the wrong values, it's not going to matter. Because that M file or that M setting is just a variable. So if it doesn't match something... If it doesn't have a use, and I'm guessing it has to be getting used by GitHub, which means they have to match. And my thought is, because it's not getting used in my code is not calling that backend URL anywhere. So if that's a variable that's getting set, something has to be using it. And the only thing that I know that would be used in the backend URL is that one setting in GitHub, because nowhere else could actually look at it. So there's no, it doesn't make any sense otherwise. It's just like I set this stupid variable. If none of the code looks at it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's looking while it's processing it. Exactly. And then if it matches, then it's like, okay, we know that whoever's updating this code is matching the code. And this is probably why I shouldn't be displaying it, because somebody would have, well, of course, you'd have to deploy, and you'd have to have all the connection info, and it would have to go through my GitHub, and you'd have to have the necessary, what do you call it, logins and all that other crap. So it's not like it's that easy to get in, even if you had the link that identifies it. So it's not like I'm all that worried, because it has to log in using all of the other secrets and junk that I'm not showing on the screen. So I'm not too worried about it. And again, it's not like it's a real website or anything. All right, let's go back to the code. We'll go back to actions. I don't know why it's doing 2. Why is it doing 2? Oh, I do have 2. It's probably I have 2 YAMLs, but if that was the case, you would think one of them would be working. I'm supposed to be getting one that works and one that doesn't. And it looks like I'm getting neither that works, unless this one's going to work. Let's click on the one that doesn't for now. Build and deploy, and all the way down here. Still failed to load env. I didn't even have env in there anymore. There's not even a reference to it anymore. What is it complaining about now? There's not even an env variable in here. What? Unless I didn't save properly. Yeah, that call to .env. There's no call to .env anymore. This is just, well, this is in local env, but that's not a reference to .env is referencing the file env, which is what you would get from variables. And that's not on here anymore. So it must be using .env for something else. I have no idea what it's trying to get from .env. Is it trying to run this .env? The one for client that I don't know why it's trying to load that. Is that the one why they had me put it in client, but it can't load it because it's stupid? But my code is no longer referencing anything in the .env folder. By taking that vars out, I have no use for .env. And these are secrets, which aren't even on these secrets are stored on GitHub. So it's reading those off of GitHub. I'm not even worried about those. Static web. I don't like this white. White is really bright. Event, GitHub. I mean, I should change it to dark mode. Event action, pull request. And we get all the way down to here before things blow up. And this is where things are blowing up. We're not even getting to this part. And the interesting thing is it must be trying to do that .env thing before it even gets to this, because that would mean everything else worked. That would mean everything worked, and then it tries to do this and blows up. And it does almost look like a lot of stuff is happening. Added 598 packages, looking for funding. NPM, it's just installing crap. It's obviously some of the wrong crap because it's the wrong version. Client start 1.0 build. Webpack. Failed to load, and so it doesn't know what to do with that. Let's read further. That's a failed to load. That's going to be a problem no matter what. It's obviously broken. Modules by path, .node modules. Code generated. Let's see if there's anything else that looks crucially problematic. Modules by path, node modules. None of this stuff looks like it's even related to my code. It's like it's trying to do setup stuff. Warning and configuration. Webpack will fall back to production for this value. Set node option to development or production. Okay, well, that's fine. Another error. Another client source env doesn't exist. GitHub workspace. Start client env. How does it not exist? Start client source env. Oh. So it's looking in the source folder for that? Why would it be looking in the source folder for that? I don't even know it. Start client source m.js. So that's not even an m.js. That's just an env. Oh, I guess I can copy it in there. But why? Oh, that's so weird. Why is it looking in there? Okay, so I can in.source index.js, that's it. Okay, so this is important here because this is actually trying to work with files that I'm trying to deploy. It says there's an error in source index.js. Okay, so there's something wrong with this file, it thinks. Again, this was just a copy and paste. So again, not my build. They told me replace everything in here. So I did. And that's all I did because I was just following the steps because it doesn't go into too much of what this code is doing. Can't resolve.env in GitHub workspaces start client source. And dot/env should go back a level. So it doesn't like this. Import backend URL from dot / should mean going back to source and then looking up the M file, which is what it's doing. And that backend URL is there. Huh. In workspaces, start client source. Why can't it find it? It's right there. I'm seeing it just fine. Resolve.env and github.client source. Using description file. Field browser doesn't contain a valid alias configuration. Using description GitHub package. Alright, so the problem here. Yeah, it can't access this file, but the question is, why can't it access this file? Because that path is exactly right, because it points right to here. And that is the only place where that's referenced, as far as I can tell, right? Yeah. Just making sure it's not possibly referencing a different point. Because we got the backend URL. Basically, we're getting this backend URL from this path. But it's not getting it because, oh, you know what? What if I try something? I'm going to try something. Just because. Oh, it didn't work. Sometimes when you're working with JavaScript, if you click on it, it'll usually import it for you, but it didn't do it because then it should import it from the proper location, but for some reason it's not doing it. So I was hoping that it would be smart and do it for me, but it's definitely not showing it. Where does it think that those are? Huh. Definitely doesn't see it. There it is. That's the path. Huh. Yeah, well, let's see if that works. That it found it there, and this is where it's supposed to be. But again, so it's not looking at my workflow as a problem. Perhaps it's just looking at, maybe this will load up correctly now, if this is actually what it's looking at. And I was looking at the wrong file. This stuff doesn't give me any clue because none of this is my file. So if these go away, who knows? Maybe I'll have a progress. Let's see if that does anything. We're gonna go over here, go back, try it again. Now I'm a little OCD when it comes to seeing a bunch of warnings and other junk on my screen. To me, I feel like that also be pushed. Well, yeah, but it is about the code in that it was given to me. It told me how to write this. It says, put this in, click this, that, copy. I mean, because really all I'm supposed to be testing here, all I'm supposed to be doing is testing the deploy from GitHub to Azure, just showing that you can do a website deployment from GitHub to Azure, because this is all about Azure development, right? It's not about writing the code that's going to do this stuff. They're just showing you what Azure can do during your development. So in this case, they said, here's a bunch of code, update this page, set this page, deploy it to GitHub, and we'll give you the connecting bits to make it work. And you can kind of see how you can do this in GitHub or in GitHub to Azure. If I had written this code, I'd have been digging in my code from the get-go, you know, because I'd have been looking for what did I do wrong because I'm learning this stuff. But when they give you code that is supposed to work and you're walking step by step and they say replace this and replace that and put this in there and do that, you don't know where the problems are when they arise because you didn't write the code. You're just assuming they know what they're doing. And that's kind of part of the problem with old classes like this. So if you're taking a Coursera class or any other online course, especially if you're doing it with a tool such as Azure, which is constantly changing. I mean, it's always changing. In fact, I get references to links and tabs and blades in Azure that don't exist anymore in the way that they were created. Like they split up the configuration now. And when they say go to configuration, oftentimes they mean go to the environment variables, which didn't exist 2 years ago when the class was done. And you know, they'll tell you to go to the particular blade that's supposed to be on the left and it's no longer there, it's on the top, and you have to figure out where it's at the top. And, you know, you have to find it on these other locations. And then you go to the code and the code is written differently now, and it's just different. Everything's constantly under a state of flux. So get a latest class, whatever you do, man. Just don't put yourself through the pain. So obviously it failed again. That didn't quite do it for me. Let's go see what this one does. I wouldn't know. How am I supposed to know if it's written correctly? It's straight from the Coursera. This is a class that's supposed to be telling you how to do it, and it's just giving you the code. You're not writing anything. It's not about, they're not teaching you the methods and the functions and the ways to write the code. They're just giving you the code and teaching you how to set it up so Azure will take it. So you're just saying, okay, well, here's the code. Well, then you're going back through and you're editing code all the time because the code doesn't work. The code they're giving you is bad. And that's just terrible for a class. I mean, if I had to write a review for this stupid course, I'd be telling it what I think. I wouldn't be telling it, you know, I'd be saying, you know, hey, you need to update your course stuff because people are going to get a headache. And Azure, it's a long-winded thing. You got to jump through so many hoops to make things work. All right, let's see. It still failed to load the env. But now we got ... and it still can't find it. It still don't like my can't resolve ... I'm definitely in the right place though, because now I know when I change that. Module not found, error in source index. Module not found, error. Can't resolve in GitHub workspace, start client source. Using description file, GitHub field. Browser doesn't contain a valid alias configuration. Using description file, package.json, relative path, .m, no extension. Yeah, still doesn't work. I have it. Well, obviously I know I'm in the right place, but this time I found the file, so this should have worked for the purposes of that, but obviously it did not. So, you know what? I don't know. I'm just going to move it over here. I'll just move it over here and say screw it because I'm tired of all this. And now I should be able to go here and say from, there you go, .m. It's going to look exactly right now. This is exactly like the original told me to write it. I'm going to put it right here in the source. Now it can't complain at all about where it's at. It's not where it's supposed to be. It's not where I was told to put it, but I don't care. Let's just get this to work, man. I want to move on. I should have been able to be done with this. This is the last module before I do the AZ 204 practice test, and thus, you know, master the practice test, and you can go take the Azure 204 certification test. And this is just, the deeper you go into Azure, just the more trouble it is. You know, it's funny, I was doing some Googling the other day to try to fix a different problem. And I happened to stumble upon a Reddit post. Is it just me, or is Azure 90% pain, 10% gain? And I'm like, yes, that's not just you, buddy. It's not just you. And I don't know if AWS is any better. What do I know? I'm not going to get into AWS right now. I can't learn everything. You know, there's so many different tools. One, I just heard of a new tool that I'm seeing a lot of the jobs I'm looking at. MuleSoft. There's a lot of jobs asking for MuleSoft, which is kind of like a, I don't know, what do you want to call it? A multi-tool centralizing application. I don't know. I think it's meant for like what do I call it? Like distributed workforces kind of thing. Well, it's not going to complain about the location of my .env unless, of course, I hit some other file and it has a problem with it, because now that I've moved it, it's going to go, hey, it doesn't work over here. It's like, Yep, failed again. I don't even know what this other one's doing. Yeah, I am getting the one successful one. One success, one failure, but the success one takes longer. The success one is just doing the function app stuff. This is the one I need working. I already know the other one works. Still can't find it. It does not know what I'm talking about. It's like, okay, yeah, you changed it. It can't find it even with it exactly where it thinks it's supposed to be. It's just, it don't even matter that I have the right location now. It cannot resolve this path for whatever bizarre reason it has. It cannot resolve this path. GitHub workspace, start client source. Oh, you know what? I wonder. No, that would be dumb. No, it couldn't be. Well, okay. I'm not even going to mention it. I'm going to go look, but I'm not going to mention it. If it is the case, this is stupid. but let's go look under Start, Client, Source. It is. It is. Why is it? Why? Why? That is the dumbest thing. What the heck? Why? Why? Okay, so if you haven't figured out by now what I'm complaining about, it's not deploying the .m file. And it doesn't deploy any of my .m files because the stupid git ignore is ignoring my .m files. So it's not even there. So when it goes to deploy it, it's not present. Why would you have an environment variable and then not want to deploy the file holding it? Under what world is that is it because you would normally have the .m file already there and you wouldn't want to change it? I guess I can kind of get it, but but you would use like .env test, right? Like if you were going to do a local one, you don't want to deploy that, but you're going to have your code reference .env test. I don't get why. I mean, I can understand, I suppose, if like everybody's got like their own special local one and you don't want to overwrite what's on the server, because maybe there's one for production and then there's one for your local server. So you have your git ignore the .m files that you want to set them up for your own special local purpose. That I can kind of get, but the first time upload, you need it to work. But that would explain why things are failing. I can't find it because it's not actually there. So I got to get rid of this setting so it can at least put it up. So it can at least deploy it once. It needs to be there the first time, and in the future, if I want to overwrite it or whatever, I get it. That is so weird. So very, very weird. I'm going to put this back because I feel like it's supposed to be up here. It might still fail because I didn't change this, but I something tells me that's supposed to work because I didn't change it. And if it doesn't work, at least I'll know. It'll prove me right. But now the problem is man, that is so frustrating. Here I am trying to solve the path, and it's not even being deployed. Ugh. So many irritating things. And again, this is just the files that I got by default. I didn't change any of this. And I understand the logic of it. I feel like if it's not on the server, an upload should at least do it. The first time you deploy something, if those files don't exist, pull them up. And after that, I get it. You know, you don't override them. I mean, I don't know. I suppose there's reasons why you wouldn't do it sometimes, but that means someone has to go in and actually create the environment variables on GitHub because you're not putting them up there. Nobody's deploying that environment file. And yeah, that would explain a whole lot of problems. I mean, that might even have been the reason why that first page didn't have it. In fact, I don't even know why I need to worry about that. So, but anyway, I put it in hard code. That's fine, whatever. So, it did do the push. Okay, and we are deployed, right? Yeah. So I should be able to refresh this. And now, if I go to start client source, still didn't put it in. Well, now I removed it from, I did save the git ignore, right? Oh gosh, it's in two places. Ugh. I did save it, but there's one here too. And all versions of env are being blocked out. Warning, in the working direction will be replaced by... Okay. Warning, in the working copy of setup resources.env, line feed will be replaced by the next time Git touches it. Why? Just because I told it not to ignore .env? I don't know. I need .env files, so they got to be up there. I can't have them blocked. Oh, what now? It's going to fail to push some refs. Azure function and signal are get. Well, what the heck? Push declined to due to repository rule violations. So are you saying that it will not do environment files? I have to go up and create them and put them on myself? It's like, is there like a GitHub no-no that I'm unaware of? It's like, that's what the grayed out means. Ah, interesting. So it must just say no. I'm not going to do. It doesn't like. I didn't know that. That's definitely new to me. I didn't know. Apparently GitHub will not allow me to deploy an M file. I have to go create the M file for some reason. Huh. All right. What's the best way to do that? Do I actually just go into GitHub and manually create it? How to get env file into GitHub. How do I use an M file with GitHub Actions? Quick solution here could be understanding the manual create M file before you need it. Simple manual annoying when updated in variables. You keep your files out of repository, keep there and maintain update.m.example instead. You mainly copy the content of the respective .m files, say .m stage, .m production, into the respective GitHub actions, secret variables, say website m stage, website environment production. Then, at your GitHub Actions workflow script, create the .m file from the desired variable like this. And use it in the workflow. A bit more involved though. Prepare it once, then change your .m variables at the local machine. Then sync these at GitHub with one click. As in item 2 above, the file is out of repository. Now, use the GitHub Action API to create or update the secrets. On your local machine in the dev environment, you write the Node.js script that calls the API endpoint and write the .m files to desired GitHub actions. See, none of this is mentioned in the class, the Coursera class. It doesn't say anything about, oh, by the way, your M file's not going to be allowed, or by the way, GitHub's not going to accept this, or you're going to have to set up these other things. Just says, hey, put this stuff in your M file. You're like, okay. It's like, you can't do it because it's not going to let you, because it's stupid. It's funny how this one blocks out .env, but that doesn't help you any to not block it out, because this one blocks out .env at every level. It says every version of .env needs to be blocked out. The master one blocks it out completely. It doesn't even matter what you put in the lower one, because it's not going to be allowed. It's going to get blocked out. Because this guy says star dot, doesn't matter what the prefix parts of env is, we're not going to allow it. So, I'm sorry, this one. See? It's just like, doesn't matter where it's at, we're blocking .env. Now, yeah, so if I want to have this work, I'm going to have to do some hoops jumping. I love jumping through hoops because I like all the extra work. All this to try to get a sample connection working. I have to get this working. The easiest way to do this is create the .m file at GitHub as a GitHub secret, and then create the .m file in your action. So you open up the file, and then you create an environment reference to that file. And you're basically going to create, essentially you're creating what amounts to a .m file that your code's going to reference. That's what it looks like. There are a number of ways for determining your environment, but usually this can be extracted from the GitHub ref object. Your application should be able to read from the .m files as needed. Huh. Huh. I almost like this solution the best. I'm kind of trying to figure out, I don't know. I mean, I just don't like the idea of hard coding this stuff into GitHub. So I'm guessing they're using a workflow here. So when it's pushed up, it's going to create this M file. This way, I think, is nice because you can edit it in your local. It's going to deploy up. And then when the workflow runs, it's going to build your M file for you. And this is one you wouldn't touch, right? It would stay as production, debug, whatever you're doing. But ultimately, you are able to have the one you want up there. Now, the drawback could be that maybe you have a workflow that don't, like, you want to define perhaps which one is used. Because like you have on push, but I would probably want to be on push production or on push dev or on push whatever. You have an environment definition. This way it's not, you build the environment file that goes with the environment, right? So I think I like this version. You were using, so with that you had a set of secrets of each. I know they are working to bring secrets to org level and maybe team level. There's no info if they will create a sort of context like having. I have thought on adding the env as prefix of the secret's name, like you can export all secrets to environment variables and do everything from a script. I created an action exactly for that. It takes all the secrets and exports them to environment variables. An example would be run echo value of my secrets, my secret one and secret.
I don't know that.
Okay. The most modern alternative is to use .envault file. How old is this? That's true. It says the most modern, and eventually it clicks to me. When was this written? 2020. What is it says here? Now this one, 2022. Most modern alternative is 2023. That is more modern. Boils down to 3 steps. File and commit that safely to code. This contains an encrypted copy of your CI secrets. Set a single .env key environment variable on GitHub Actions. When CI runs, it will use the .env key to decrypt the contents of your .env vault and inject your environment variables just in time. This approach is a little more work to initially set up with the new envault format, but then it has the following benefits. No more scattering your secrets. You can manage and check your secrets from one central place rather than having to check GitHub Actions UI to see that the value of a secret. If you move, still works. You just have to set again that single .env key. not 100 others on the CI server. All your secrets and config are still encrypted inside the vault file, while lives file which lives safely in your repository. An attacker needs access to both your .env key and your vault file to gain access to your secret config. Okay. That's it's interesting. There's so many solutions to this. There's so many solutions. Does anybody have like That's what happens when you sit weird for hours. Oh, you gotta stretch your back. Holy morgly. All this I'm still trying to solve, just getting through one lesson that should have taken me, I should have been in 3 hours ago. That's how far I am. How far have I been going in this class? 3:02. Okay, not 3 hours ago. 2.5 hours ago. It took me a half hour to get to the point where I was deploying this, even less. And now I've just been troubleshooting the code they gave me to make it work. Ugh. It's getting hot in here. Ugh. Because I'm getting stressed, man. I'm getting stressed because this is Coursera, Microsoft Learn. These guys need to update their freaking code. All this to get my environment variable to load. And now I'm trying to read, how do you get your environment variables loaded? Oh, well, Coursera's not going to tell you that in this class because it has nothing to do with the class. They're like, man, we don't care about that. You figure it out, buddy. Hands off. That has nothing to do with our Azure training. It's like, oh, stupid. So I can't just upload it. I can just create an M file, or I can try to do one of these things. All right, so this problem with this thing is it's not a great, let's go back one notch. And I'm gonna go tools. And I'm gonna go anytime. I'm gonna say past year because I don't like this really old stuff. Is that the same one? Probably the same one, ain't it? Oh man. His solution, remove it from get ignore. Git does not like it when you remove it from get ignore. Git goes, no, you're doing something. We're not allowing that. Yes, it's possible. The code below generates an M file with GitHub Actions and pass it directly to the server. Once the file is on the server, it can be used by Docker or some script as environment variables. Name, send .m file to production server. Push, branches, main. Jobs to play, run on, we went to latest steps, name, checkout repository, uses actions, checkout, install SSH key, web factor, SSH, private key, secrets, create an M file, M file, blah, 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 run, echo, M file. Name, transfer M file to production server, run. The step, creates a .m file, assigns the value of the secret m file to the environment variable m file, and then echoes this value into the m file. The next step uses scoop to send the m file to the remote server. The variables used have self-explanatory names. They must be added before your GitHub repository settings. I'm sorry, I'm reading at the moment, so I'm just trying to figure out if these guys have a solution that works. This guy's kind of creates the file too, creating an M file and then deploying it. But again, I don't know if I should create the M file. I should probably create the M file first, right? And ultimately what it sounds like is I got to put all my stuff in one M file or one secret and then have it generated out into an M file. Like I have an M file, create a secret that is my M file that has all of my M file variables, whether they be anywhere, and then have it generate it doesn't even tell you where to put it. It just says M file, secrets, M file, run. So I'm guessing it puts it on the root. Probably puts it on the root of your environment, of your website. And then you hope that everything that references can find the root. I don't know if that'll be the case or not because I haven't tested it. Usually things that are on the root for M files can be found. Yeah, we'll have to. I'd have to put these steps into my code, I guess. And then I have to go create my M file on GitHub. All right, let's try this. Let's do it. I don't know how much time I have left because it's Friday and I don't want to do this forever. I kind of wanted to get this done today, but at some point you got to say enough's enough. But we're going to go here. We're going to go to security. No, not security. Settings. Where's settings? No, code. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. That's why. Go away. This one I want. Settings. Boy. Well, at least I found part of the problem. I want to say part of the problem. Actions. We're going to go new repository secret. I would imagine that's what we're looking at. We're going to call it production. All right, how about prod M file. All right, we're going to go find my stuff. That's not even a git. Oh, I don't want the git ignore. Prod M files secrets. Okay, let's go get my M file. This is the only one I have, I think. It's my one little M file. Which, by the way, I don't even think is going to be the one we want, but we're going to try it anyway. And I don't think this M file has anything more useful. It's funny how I ended up trying to deal with an item that wasn't even in dang it, where'd it go, man? Well, I can solve it. It's just taking some time. Now that I am getting closer. I mean, I am finding more and more of the problems. One is right now the M file is not being uploaded, and it's because getignore doesn't like it, and getignore is blocking it. And then when I disable that block, Git has a fit and says this is breaking Git rules, so we can't do that. So now I'm trying to create another way to get around this repository violation. Push cannot contain secrets. Resolve the following violations. Learn how to resolve a blocked push. Azure account access key. I don't have any of that stuff in my, I don't know what you're talking about. Set up resources. .env1. Wait, all right, let's go to setup resource. Do I actually have an env in here that has stuff in it? Oh, yeah, I do. So, yeah. Guess I do. Some of this stuff you can't have in your env, but it's okay. They're not in my, I'm not putting this stuff up. I only put that there because it told me to. I mean, I did it because I couldn't find another place to make it work. That's not supposed to be there. But these are secret stuff, and don't look at them. I don't care. Again, it's all on a free account doing basic stuff. But so now I'm trying to build this thing so I can deploy my secrets or have my secrets already. What the heck? Go away. Go away. So we have my website back. I'll just add the secret. All right, so now we have that, and it's called prod m file. Let's go find my code. All right. Mm-hmm. Wife's asking me if I need anything at Safeway. Like, I don't know, man. Too hard. All right, let's get on to this. Let's see if I can get this done here. All right, so we're going to go creating the workflow. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Back. Nope. This is all stuff I've already, well, I haven't really gotten past. I just don't need to deal with because I'm trying to deal with another bit. So I am curious Who are you talking to? It says everything is written deployment is is the next step, but he can't solve it. If you're talking to someone else about me, I don't know who you're talking to because there's no one else on the thread. A ghost? Is there someone else talking that I'm aware of? Or do you have voice text going and you're talking to someone next to you? I don't know what that means. Okay, prod m file. Let's go ahead and reference this. Let's go see if I can find where I was looking at. Okay, so we're going to go here. We're going to go to my workflow. We're going to put it in the workflow that's causing the problem because I don't want to mess with my working workflow. We're going to go to jobs, deployment steps, checkout repository actions, which we're actually on checkout v4. I don't know what that's going to be used for. It's not my thing, but we're going to create this M file here. So we're going to put this here, which we're probably going to need this in advance. So advance of any deployment tasks. I guess I could do it before we do build and deploy. So we'll just stick it here. Oops. And then got M file, and then we got to go down here. Secrets, it's not called M file. I think I have it called prod M file. Just to be difficult, I'm going to make it different from what it says here. Echo. Is it this? 2.inf, okay. And what else? That's it. And then do we have anything that's referencing it? Well, you know, the answer to that is yes, we have something referencing it, but no, it's not right here because I'm not actually using that build out. I mean, that backend URL is here. I could technically say, how do they reference it here? They actually say .env secrets run transfer.env file to production server. That's moving it. Do I need to actually transfer the file somewhere? It doesn't just go? It doesn't create it and then go? Oh, great. This is going to be fun. This might not be exactly what I want either. The steps. Create a .m file. Assign the value to the secret m file to the environment variable, and then echoes the value into the m file. The next step uses SCP to send the file to the remote server. The variables used have self-explanatory names. They must be added before your GitHub repository settings. How do you reference? So it's anything that's .env is going to work. So in theory, that should work. So we have an env file. But then I have to deploy it, and then I have to deploy it to wherever this thing thinks it's going. Strict transfer m file to production servers scp-o. Yeah, this is not going to be good. That's not going to work. I can't even. I'm still trying to get things to deploy, much less deploy. Man, why do things have to be such a pain? I mean, that's like partially there and it's close. Environment variables from file and actions. Using .m file variables with accessing secrets in GitHub. Secrets and environment within GitHub action. Let's go see what this says.
Your father knows about saving money.
Let's look at an expert, somebody who's already an AZ.
If you have secret values in your CI/CD pipelines, you want them to be kept secret. And also, you might need different secrets and variables for dev, staging, or production environment. Specifically for GitHub Action, that's what we're going to talk about today, so stay tuned and enjoy the video. Starting from your repository, head over the settings, scroll down a little bit, and under secrets and variables, then action, you will find a panel where you can actually set up secrets and variables. So in the first part of this video, we're gonna set them up and show the differences. And in the second part, I'm gonna show you how you can actually use secrets and variables in your GitHub Actions. The first thing you notice here is that you have environment secrets and repository secrets.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. Anytime you try to make two apps work together, you're going to run into problems. But this problem of environment, so, okay, so the Azure lessons teach you how to make Azure. If basically the whole premise of this is just to say you can have GitHub continuous integration and deployment work with Azure. And you can see that that stuff's happening. The triggers are firing and things are doing what they're supposed to, and that's cool. But they're giving, what they try to do is let you actually see a working example. And what's happening is we're running into issues that they don't consider all the little issues. One is, again, GitHub doesn't like environment variables being passed up, or environment files being passed up for one reason or another. Now, yes, I get that I can't have secrets in there. Okay, understood. But at the same time, I'm trying to get other environment variables up there, or I'm trying to reference environment variables, like my index.js here wants to be able to run, go get these backend URL that I'm setting. In theory, I could just say, screw it, set up a constant at the top, done with it. I could put a constant at the top of my file here and just say, I don't care anymore. Problem with that theory is it's defeatist, and it's also quittertude. And I don't like quittertude. I want to find a solution. So I want to find a good solution. I mean, like I said, that is a solution. It's not a good solution. And I bet you I would get past the whole thing if I just remove .env from the problem. But .env is a key component to a lot of these front end application codes, React and Vue apparently, and Node in general, Node.js. So you got to consider that M files are kind of a thing. They're kind of important, right? So if you're not going to allow them to upload as a general rule, which again, I understand, I kind of get the whole premise of not letting them upload. You want to run stuff locally for testing. You want to have your own environment variable set to make things work locally. And then you don't want to clutter your uploaded code. But so there has to be a solution. How do I get a proper environment variable for the uploaded solution to work? And that's what I'm trying to solve.
As you might expect, repository secrets are available for the entire repository, while environment secrets, well, you can create specific environments like prod, stage, development, and you can bind secrets specifically on that environment. The thing is, if you have a secret on the repository level and one on the environment level, the environment will win over the repository. You also have an organization level, which is right above, which then gets overridden by repository and by environment. And now let's create one real quick. the seed repository secret, give it a name like API key, and our secret value, which is this one. Here you can see that you can only add a secret. The first thing you notice is that once you set a secret, you can just delete or edit. And edit doesn't mean you can read the value because, well, it's secret. You can only override with a new one. And actually, this is the main difference with variables, which, as the name suggests, they're not secret. Here you can find the already set one. Anyway, you can just click new repository variable. The editor is pretty much the same. Just make sure to respect the rules. For example, the GitHub underscore prefix is obviously reserved. And once you set a repository variable, as a difference from the secrets, you can actually see the value and edit it at any time. But what about environments? Well, you can create specific environment from here, which will actually redirect you on the other side of the menu. And you can create a new environment. Let's call it production. And here you can configure the environment. You can have many settings on specific environments, but for this specific case, we'll just set up a new variable, give it the same name of the other one, but with a different value, which will be prod 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We add the variable, and we can now check back on our secrets action section that for the production environment, we have app ID with this value, and at the repository level, we have the same variable, but with a different value. But what do you need to use secrets in your pipelines? Well, depending on the services you might want to use. For example,
Okay, so
you might need the secret
I don't
key
know.
that
He's not
is
really giving me my solution. He's just telling you what these things do or what they're for. I don't think that's going to solve my problem. What I need to do is, how do I upload? I mean, oh, I don't need this anymore. That was a problem I figured out. Yeah, I don't need that anymore either. I don't even know. It's no longer. It's not my current issue. All right. Well, let's give your ChatGPT another option here. Let's ask a question. How to deploy .env file to Azure Web via GitHub. Dev center with environment pages. Each feature branch will feature environment variables. Upload the .mc. It says upload the file. They don't know that GitHub is a jerk and doesn't want you to upload environment variables. I mean, I guess I could. I would have to put a git ignore at this other level to block this one from going up, and then I could use this one, but it does say, I mean, generally I do see a lot of things saying you shouldn't have M files that you're uploading. And with that in mind, I'm trying not to do that.
I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be him. He's mean and wrong and doing things the worst way.
If I'm going to learn this stuff, I should learn a more correct way to do things, a more proper way. I quotes because, you know, everybody's got their opinions, but a more secure way, so that when I start implementing or I see how it's done by other people for whatever security reasons, I know how to fix that. What did that say? I thought he said he was done. No, he doesn't. I thought he said he was done with that. Nah, that's not true. They're making stuff up. You know, have you noticed that? I'm going to go off on a tangent here just because it's getting late. It's Friday. Have you noticed that the stupid MSN, it's not just MSN, it's all the websites. Oh my gosh, they'll recycle one story for a week, 2 weeks even. One story. All they do is change the headline. And And then, not only that, not only will they recycle that one story, when somebody said something for one sentence, some actor, sports analyst, whatever, and they'll recycle it with a different headline. Not only that, half the time, it's not even real. It's like, have you ever had one of those, like my team is the Denver Broncos, and it'll say something like, the Denver Broncos have a blockbuster trade for Cortland Sutton. And then you click on it. And this, like I said, for over a week, you'll see variations of that heading. You'll go in, you'll click on it. And it says, a great trade for the Broncos would be to trade Cortland Sutton with this trade for such and such and such. And you're like looking at it going, wait a minute. The headline was, the Broncos make a trade with Cortland Sutton, involving Cortland Sutton. And it immediately goes into if, or they should, or this would be a good idea, or it's not even real. It wasn't even a thing. Nobody made that trade. It wasn't ever actually in play. It was just clickbait, and it's so irritating. I don't even know what to click on anymore. What is interesting news? Because I don't know if any of this news is real. It's like, anyway, back to my actual work and get off my rant. Yeah, okay. How to implement .m file in GitHub application. And I want to go with new because I don't want any old stuff. Nope, it's not what I want. Sometimes GitHub gives you examples of just an application, not in the purpose of uploading to GitHub. And the thing is, this would be so cool if it was just a matter of creating the .m file, which is what I just did, but it doesn't actually create a file. It creates it like in memory. Because you have to deploy it, and I don't think I can deploy. See, I can't deploy it that way. That's not an option. It's not going to work. Not for the Azure deployment. If I was just going to a web server, that's easy. I could do that. But this is not that simple. I am tempted to take a shortcut because it's taking too long. I should be done with this module already. I mean, I can think of multiple solutions to get around this. I'm just trying to think of a better solution. And like I said, I could do something like just take that file and put it in a constant. Done. Who cares? And then if, in theory, the code changes, I change the constant, but shouldn't have to do that. .env files invite should not contain sensitive values for default. They should be in the .env local. Instead, yeah, well, no, that's what I'm trying to integrate. This does not give me a solution either. .env, working with GitHub Actions environment variables. How do you use GitHub Actions environment variables? I'm having a brain block. There's got to be a way. There's got to be an easy way to do this. Oh, a way. It doesn't even have to be that easy. I mean, it just has to be clear and concise and put an M file. I mean, I could just say screw it and allow it, but I don't want to do that. There's two ways to do this right now. I have two in my mind. One, constant, just stick it in the file. Two, just allow the M file to go up, maybe block the one that has a secret so I don't blow up GitHub. Both of those are unfavorable. I would rather have the M file that is in my secrets right now, but if I create it like I'm trying to do here, as you can see I'm doing in my file, it might work, but I don't know how does my code reference it if I can't deploy the file, because it's going to create a file, it'll put it on the server, but what I really need is it just to be it needs to be broken into a file that can be referenced. But how do I know? It has to be deployed somewhere. And it needs to be deployed. And what's weird is I'm using a URL that's telling it what file to use during deployment. So it's like my M file has the path that's going to deploy. See what I'm saying? It's like I need to reference that file to even know where I'm putting the file. So I can't do both. It's like that's not an option. I don't even know that I could write it this way. If I'm thinking about it, it's like, okay, so I need to deploy my files up to the server, but in order to deploy up the server, I need to be able to read the environment variable that's going to be called while I'm deploying it to the server. But if I put it in the environment variables of GitHub, which only will translate it and put it on the server for you, you know, it's possible. Maybe if I can just reference it right here. You know, if I can reference it when I call it, I don't even need to put it on the server because I only need the backend URL during deployment. So in that sense, I could maybe make it work. At least for this. I mean, it's not the best solution because it doesn't work. So I just need to be able to reference a piece of that file. You know, I just need to reference that variable in that file that's stored in GitHub. You know what? Because really all it is about the secrets. And this file, this variable is not a secret. It's not a secret. It's just the path. I mean, it's the browse to file. That's all it is. It's the file you browse to when you go to the website and you're just trying to tell it to have it. All right, so this weird spicy pizza thing, how old is this? What is spicy pizza? Is that like a Oh, I don't even know what that is. It creates an M file with them. In the example above, there are several key value pairs that will be added to the .m file. Note that JSON key has a JSON value. So if a value is to be defined by the action definition, you can read more about it in this issue. Step. So this one is just create the file when you get there, which could be a thing, right? Hmm. All right, let's go see what this is. I want to see what this is. Go ahead and create an M file with GitHub secrets. This is useful when you're creating artifacts that contain values stored in GitHub secrets. This creates a file with variables that are defined in the action config. The action looks for environment variables that start with env key and creates the action looks for environment variables that start with env key and creates a .m file with them. These are defined in the with section of the action config. Here's an example of it in use. In the example above, there are several key value pairs that will be added to the .m file. It will store it as a single. Assuming that GitHub secret that was used in password the .m file that is created from the above config would contain debug false, some API 123, and secret. So this is you creating, this is actually like a secrets file that is a workflow file. You're just going to run it on push. It's like your environment file. It's kind of an interesting concept. But how do you, again, this one needs this one to exist. So essentially I would not be able to do this as part, I would have to do this as part of this, which means I'm basically putting the environment variable in there, which I don't know, would that work? All right, I'm gonna try it. This is weird. Steps. It's gonna be the same thing. I want this. I'm going to put this up here. Obviously, I got to change the variables because there's only going to be one All this for one variable. Can you believe that? Oh my gosh. All this for one variable. Okay, so we're going to go back up to steps. I'm just going to put it at the top. And I'm getting rid of this thing because I don't think... I mean, that creates an M file too. I just don't know how the rest of it's going to reference this. And like, where's it going to put it? And is my... it's... you know what? It's just... Oh, did I not? I thought I told it to stop doing that. Okay, so let's go with my get ignore. Start client source. Get ignore. Where did it go? Get start client source and server. I'm trying one more thing before I totally... Why does it think I still have that? Set up resources. No, I don't. I shouldn't be getting that in there anymore. Set up resources.env. Because all my get ignores are supposed to be ignoring that. Well, whatever. Okay, so we're still getting rejections. Why? Because I got my get ignore is now... But I'm ignoring those files again. What is going on? Save. Save. And there is no further get ignore. That's fine. Signal resources and well, we know what that is, but it's not. Why is it? Oh boy. Why does it think I've changed anything? I mean, why does it still think it's being okayed to do the .env? I'm not. Oh, it's probably because it's got old changes. I would have to go down here and dump something here. get rid of that change. How do we get rid of this? Don't want that change to be committed. How do I undo that one? View stack, commit. Add code, copy badge, shares cloud. Pull that. Commit, incoming view stats. How do I get rid of this one? It's like I think it's trying to upload this, and I don't want that. I want to roll it back. Undo that commit. I don't know. See views, sort, pull, push, clone, check out to, fetch, commit, undo, add, share path, generate. Shouldn't have it because my latest ones don't have it. All right, what if I just roll back everything? What if I just go throw all these out? Commit, branch, remote stash, incoming, outgoing, outgoing. Nope. Commit, undo last commit. Then we're going to go commit. Go here, commit. Right, so I've undone some stuff. All right, what happens if I do this? Okay, I think I got, oh, maybe not. It let me do those first two without errors, but because your branch is behind. All right, updates rejected because the tip of your current branch is behind its remote counterpart. If you want to integrate the remote changes, get pull. Gotta get the latest. I'm so drained. It's so Friday. I'm so running out of juice on this. Why is it I'm spending so much time on something that's not even part of the class? Just to get things working. Why? Why do you dislike me so? Just work for once. I want to just see what I only have like 2. After this, I have like 2 lessons left. 2 lessons that they should only take like 20 minutes each. They're taking forever. I want to see just one of those. Just one of those work without any issues. That just work the way it's intended to work. Ugh. Just one. Just one. Why is this not working? I don't know. I don't even know how to fix anything here. I'm like, I can't even undo what I did. It's not even going to let me get out. It's like, nope, you're stuck now, man. You're in a perpetual problem. You will never escape. You know, I need to. It's 4:23. I'm gonna give it 10 more minutes of trying to figure this out. But yeah, I'm ready to bag it for the weekend. But 10 more minutes. Let's see. I just want to let's see if I can get my code checked in, get undone here. All right, so my get ignores are here. And then there's one. So I got the get ignore there. And then it's not there. That one's the one I need to make sure doesn't go. And then I need to go server, get ignore. Alright, so we're going to get rid of that one. Going to let that be blocked. I don't see why that would matter, but just in case. Alright, so we have partially working stuff, things getting blocked. Try it again. These first 2 parts are working correctly now. I'm not getting any weird errors, but it's when I do the push that things melt down. I don't have get. See, now it's just doing this every time. It doesn't like main. Push decline due to repository rule violations. Failed to push some refs. Yeah, because it thinks I'm trying to pass up the... it thinks I'm trying to still pass that stuff through, which I am not anymore. Just want to get... just want to get changes. Discard. Let's just go to changes. Discard all changes. We'll just discard it all. If it'll let me. Changes. Discard all changes. Nope. Should be going away. Sure. And I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to commit again. Undo last commit. The last commit was a merge commit. Are you sure you want to undo it? Well, I don't know. Probably not. Because I can't even commit what I have. It says it was a merge commit, but it's already up to date. So if I do a git push right here, if it fails, that means I have something sitting. See, there is something up there that it doesn't like, and therefore I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to do a commit, undo last commit, and just say undo merge commit. I don't care, I just want to undo it. And then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to say changes, discard all changes. Just trying to undo all this crap that got me into this state of flux. Unstage. Stage copy. Open changes. And then I want to try to get rid of this if I can, if it'll just let me. Commit. Oh, hey, we're getting somewhere. Something got further. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go to changes. Yeah, whatever. Just get rid of everything. And then we're going to go ahead and unstage. And yep, getting rid of that too. Okay. Now, I only have incoming here, so we're going to do a git. We're going to go ahead and do a git pull. Okay, so according to this, we are now completely clean. And in theory, I should have probably nothing even changed with my git ignores. But I do. So we're going to go home. We're going to make sure I get rid of these little bits that I put in there because they were causing me headaches. So now that's the only thing I changed. All the gits are now back to the way they should be. And now there's nothing, none of my M files are an issue anymore. My git ignores are back to the way they were, blocking all my M files. So this should work. And hopefully cease to be a problem. Come on, no errors. Okay, good. All right, so we're back to square one. Yay! It's like we're back to square one. All right, and now we're back here, and I was attempting to create an M file option where I try to basically generate. I think the last time I was going to try it, it was just try to create the M file from my secrets, which I want to try this version, but I did create a secret that had it. And I'm wondering if I load it, it'll still be able to reference it for the purposes of running the deployment. Because I don't really need it on the server anymore once it's deployed, because all this stuff is just going to be there. Because it needs to go into index.json. So I go to client source, and I got this index, where'd it go? No, not index. Client source index, there it is. Okay, so we're going to be here, and all we need it is for the purposes of this file. So that these things are going to update as it deploys. It's going to put it out there. It's just going to read it. So I'm wondering if I even need to worry about my M file. No, maybe that's not true. Because if this is imported, it's going to be reading from the M file every time this runs. So it's not actually updating it as it goes. It's not plugging it in. It's not a deployment variable. It's a runtime variable. So it's pulling it from the backend URL, which means it does have to exist. It does have to exist on the server, which means I don't actually have. So I'm going to have to do this create file thing, which is probably going to happen first. All right, so let's try it this way then. I don't think my other M file is going to work because it does have to exist, and I don't have a way to deploy it by way of the other, which is create it and then use that SCP thing to deploy it. But I don't think that's going to work. I have strong doubts about its viability. So we're going to take this guy. Now it has to happen before build and deploy, so I'm going to stick it right here. Well, it doesn't technically, I guess, have to exist first, but and we will take all this and tab it up to get everybody happy. Okay, so everybody's on the same line. So it's end key debug. This is actually just going to be backend URL. I'm getting rid of all of these guys because I don't need them. Kind of. Yeah. I think that's what it's called. Backend URL. Some other variable. Foobar. I don't even know what that is. Do I even need that? What the heck is some other variable? Directory. So I need to tell it where to put it. Okay, let's put it where I wanted it. Where was it that I want this? I want it to be in the same location as here. Yeah, okay. Basically, the idea is that it's going to build it when it deploys. That's the theory. So you get it, you create it, it builds it live. Instead of having it here, we're just going to build it and put it out there. That's the premise I'm seeing this as. So if my index.js is expecting it there, I am going to just try and put it so it lands. File name.env. We're going to put it, I guess we're going to go dot, let's see, dot, let's just put it there. See if I rally. See what happens if I stick it there. I mean, I could go there and put it in the same location as this, which would be .env, which would be .env start /client. Don't start client. Yeah. Fail empty false sort keys. Why is that false? I just skipped an E there. And I don't know what this some other variant is, but this backend URL, and I've got to take, I'm going to take this, and we're just going to take that puppy, and we're going to put it back over here. Now, what I could theoretically do is not have this path here, and I could read it from a secret, like it's doing here, secrets.secret key. I could put that in my GitHub, but again, this is just a URL. This is not an actual secret. It's just, this is the thing I'm going to be using when I go post, when I go browse anyway. It's just using it to sync up. So I don't think it's a significant issue. But I think I'm having extra stuff here. What is? I must have overwrote something, done something weird there. It's supposed to be just .NET. .url, and then we've got blah 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 column, some other variable foobar. I don't even. That doesn't feel like it's needed. Getting rid of that. And then we're going to have directory.start client, and then we're going to say file name. Now there's a good chance this won't work. Just saying. But hey, what I got to lose, right? It's some possible effort thing. So hey, who knows what miracles can happen in the world of development, right? Let's see, working static web issues. Let's see, actually the issues here are working .env file issues. And we're there. And on some of these I kind of guessed, right? So I don't even know if I have the variables right. Now it'll deploy, or it'll check in fine. It's not going to have any problem with my check-in. It's going to, if it has a problem, it's going to be when it tries to run this thing. So we're going to go back over here. We're going to go back to my code. We're going to go back to actions. We're going to see my two items running. And we're going to have my fingers and my toes and my hands and my arms all crossed. My eyes crossed. In an attempt to will this to work. And this is just getting past one little problem. This is just me being able to get the index.js reference to the file to work. And if this works at all, it should create an M file at the start client location. And then when it deploys, it should be there, right? Right? Okay. So this is going to be the working one. This is the failing one. Where are we? How bad did I fail? It's probably the same error, exact same error. Nope, exact same error. Start client source. Oh, I didn't put it in source, but it roots in that source. I mean, it's supposed to be able to find it at any location. It shouldn't be a problem with where it's at. Let's go see, because if it actually created it, if it actually created the file, then I should be able to just go look at the source and see if it actually created the file at all. And we're going to go to start. No, is it start? Yeah, start. Client, source. Yeah, it didn't even put it in. Start client. Nothing. There's no M file. Whatever it did, it didn't do that. So I can go back to my actions. And if I click on here, there should be a step, because it was one of the steps. No. It should have happened way up here before the deploy. Interestingly enough, it didn't blow up on my make M file step. Just didn't do it. unexpected inputs. You know, it actually said that was going to be the error. I think I was going to get that. It says here, when the action runs, it will show warning, unexpected inputs. This is because GitHub is expecting all the potential input variables to be defined by the action's definition. So that's not really error. It just says it's going to show it anyway. But you can see that if this was creating barring my solution here being in some way wrong, it didn't. If there was an error here, it doesn't really tell you what it is. I mean, it doesn't see the error because it just says with env key. It just tells you what it tries to run. I wonder if I should have not put the / before it. Let's do this. Start client. I'm gonna try it one more time. I mean, it's possible that I used an invalid path is all I'm saying. Because relatively speaking, I mean, it might have only gone up one level, which would have put it in deeper because there is no start client at that level. So I need to go back to the root. And I think I only went up one level, which from here, yeah, I guess from here it would have been the right level. I don't know. I mean, it might have been a valid, I'm just guessing. Let's just put it at start client. Let's just see what happens. I mean, not working is still not working, right? Can't be worse. You can't be more not working. I mean, I guess it could be more not working. It could fail earlier. I'm just glad I'm not breaking the one that works, the other part. Thing is, it doesn't tell me which one is the one I'm expecting to work. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't do anything. Same result. Backend URL. And if I go look at the code, it most certainly should have gone into start client. And there's no .m file. So it did not create the file. I hate admitting defeat. I'm very stubborn about admitting defeat. And this is why I end up finding myself working for something for hours and hours and hours, even when it's such a petty little problem, which I can work around with just a constant. You just go create the constant. There's a solution. There is a solution. Now, either I'm using the right solution in the wrong syntax, let's try this. This path here on the build and deploy was /start client. So I'm going to go try /start client. I don't see how that makes any difference because start is the top. I don't know why we have to put a slash, but maybe because whatever, I don't know. But I just don't want something in my mind that is a potential solution to be the reason. If I don't have any idea what to do next, then I can see, okay, wait a minute, what's going on here? Something's not working. Can't type. Okay. Not sure what just happened there. It's like I kind of lost my. Okay. Can't type. Won't let me type in this page. Hey, what do you know? It's working. I don't know what happened there. I still can't type. Now all I can type, but it's not going to let me use my my history. I don't know what happened. It's 4:49. I said I was going to do 10 minutes. Well, I do. I mean, I do. Apparently not so much as I would like to think I do, but it goes right there. But I probably am just syntactically putting it wrong. I mean, right there. Right there. Right. No, it goes at the get client. It goes at start client level. It's supposed to be right here. See that .env? That's what I'm trying to create. I wanted to put it right in that spot. But you can see it's not actually creating it. So I'm guessing I'm using the wrong file path. So once this thing is built, there should be a file sitting right here, right above this index.html. And that's the problem. I'm not getting it. So this injection, this creation of a file that's supposed to have a backend URL in it is not succeeding. So I'm finding that this doesn't work. So I don't know if what I'm doing wrong. It's only supposed to be one variable in it. We get this directory goes here, file name here. That's it. I just want to see it create the file. If it's doing what it says it's supposed to do, apparently it, or at least that's my idea. I could be that I don't know. It's most definite that I don't know what I'm doing. It has nothing to do with what could be. It's what is. See, it did not create it. Unless it didn't run yet, which I'm pretty sure it probably has. Yeah, it's just going in. I don't know. This M file is proving to be my undoing at this point. And I hate to admit I'm going to have to do something kludgy so I can move on again. Okay, so in my previous stream, prior to today, I had, this whole week has been kind of problems after problems after problems. Okay, so originally on Monday, I could, but it's not gonna have any effect on this. This is this is web related. It's on GitHub. Anything I do to leave my computer is going to just, it's not going to have any effect. It's just not, because you're working on another site. This is site issues. I'm not having code issues. You know, it's just, it's not my computer. Restarting it won't do anything. But I'll tell you this, at the beginning of the week, my problem was I couldn't get even connected to Azure. It would not deploy at all. This whole first step of mine, the one that's working right now, like if I go back, yeah, but it's not, you know, I'm getting the new site stuff and it is showing as a valid check-in. And when I do an update, I can look at other files. So this is supposed to be creating during the build. See how these are all working, all these check marks? These check marks are the valid deployment. A technical term for what? Disconnecting, resetting my connection. You know, you can reset your connection simply by closing all your browsers. And then when you reopen a browser, hit F5, and that'll refresh all your connections to websites. You don't have to reboot your computer for that. In fact, under almost pretty much 99.9% of all situations, there's never a reason to reboot your computer to refresh a connection to a website. Because website, even if you're using cookies, if you do like a Shift F5, or even if you want to get a truly fresh connection, you can open a in private browser, and it'll be like you never connected at all. It won't even know that you have another connection. So an in private connection to a website will be like a brand new connection. So there's never a reason to reboot a computer for server issues. The only thing would be maybe closing all your browsers and then doing an in private session, and you'll be good. But I truly don't believe that's what's happening here. My problem is that the action, it is taking the actions, it's just not working. Now it's probably that I'm either passing in bad parameters, not enough parameters, order of execution, I don't know. But on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I was spending a lot of time getting this permissions issue to work, and it would not log into the Azure website for one information. But I found a solution by Wednesday. I finally solved it. I just decided I found a way that you can use a publish package, which you can get partially. You get it from Azure, but once again, it's not set up correctly. But I was able to mimic another workflow file that was mimicking what I wanted to get the actual right connection, and I was able to kludge the two together to make it deploy correctly. And so now I had all of my function apps. They all got out there. They're all out there working. And then I spent the latter part of Wednesday trying to get another solution I found working that would use passwords and the tenant, the subscription ID. Azure had generated a workflow file for me there. I tried to utilize that. That's what this little AZ version is here. It's almost identical in every way, except it tries to connect using this, and everything works right up until it tries to do this. And even though Azure actually connected to GitHub and set up these secrets for me, it still didn't work. So it were all synced because it created the file and created the secrets at the same time. So everything should have worked. But as soon as it went to run it, it kept saying, you can't do this. There's tenant issues or what they call it. Some kind of ID issue that it wouldn't work. And I ran out of ideas, but I spent a good deal of Thursday trying to get that functioning. And I said, screw it. Today I'm getting on with it. I need to get things done. So I start this next lesson. And I was like, hey, we got it all running. We got it up and going. Here we go. Let's go push the button. fail. It won't deploy again for various errors. It's not even permissions. It's not complaining about permissions. Now it's just that it can't see the M file, which of course it's because GitHub won't upload a M file. By default, they're ignored. And I could probably get around that by changing the get ignored to only ignore the one that has the secrets in it, and then just moving on from there. You know, I don't need to have it at that point because I don't, you know, it's the only thing that matters. I could have it pass up my variables and be happy and then just go. But I feel like I'd like to know a more accepted, more proper way to do it. If there's a reason M files shouldn't be uploaded, I'd like to figure out a way to do it without uploading them. And that's kind of what I'm stuck on here. Again, not related to Coursera. I'm actually trying to resolve a problem that can be worked around so that I can move on with my class, get the class done and be done. But it's also not going to be as useful to me as being able to do this in, you know, in the real world, because I want to be able to do this in a clean, correct way. So I'm spending time trying to learn that. And maybe it's not the best way. Maybe I should just finish this class, come back and figure it out later for other purposes. Because I really want to start developing and actually doing a, I have two actual practical apps I want to generate with this. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to finish them, but it'll be a way to practice my React, my Node, maybe my Python if I choose to use the Python. I do want to take an advanced Python still. I still want to do maybe an Angular and a Vue class. You know, a lot of them are short. They just kind of get you introduced. But then you got to actually start developing. And the problem is I don't want to develop in multiple languages. I'm trying to build an end-to-end development scenario. So Azure for where the web would be hosted so I can learn the Azure parts. Then use a front end such as React or Blazor or Next.js or something. And then use a database of a sort like maybe Supabase, which you can actually have because it's a free thing you can use. And actually just have the full pieces together of all the latest of these later technologies and integrate them and, you know, build my skills on all of them at the same time. Now, granted, I'll be stumbling and tripping and falling on my face on a frequent basis, but at least I'll eventually start to learn all this stuff in a fluid, end-to-end, full-stack process. And that's my goal. I want to start on that. I would like to start on that this month, but I first got to get this done and decide on what's next after that. But it's 5 o'clock on Friday. So, ATZ, man, thanks for coming and keeping me company, and thanks for your suggestions. I wish something would have worked out so I could have shown this thing come to a head and finished up. But hey, it'll come to head. It'll be figured out. One thing or another, I'll end up with a solution at some point, or I'll move on. I so far have found a solution for every problem I've come up to, even though it may have taken me a day or two along the way to find it out. And sometimes I work on it offline, and then I come up with this. If I come up with a solution, I'll just recap it when I come back. But hey, man, appreciate it. Anybody else who checks this out later, sorry I didn't have a solution in the end. If you were waiting to see the climactic conclusion, it'll be later. Till next time, man. Everybody, take it easy. Hey, I will be gaming later if you want to watch me do other fun stuff, more exciting, more gamey stuff. I'll be doing something online tonight, maybe tomorrow too. Till next time.